Hello, everybody. Welcome to Jasper's Game Week 2020, a finale adventure featuring a bunch of beautiful people that I have never gamed with before. My name is Chris Perkins, and I'm going to make sure that I'm running a PG-13 game. If you're 13 years or older, stick around. If you're not, stick around anyway, just plug your ears. We're running this game out of our basements and other secret lairs, and the adventure that I'm running tonight has never been run before, and so it'll be a new shiny experience for all concerned. And I hope that over the course of the next 4 odd hours, that everybody seated around our invisible table gets a chance to shine and show off the best aspects of their characters. And so I'm counting on my players to do a lot of the talking and heavy lifting. But we'll see what happens. So I've introduced myself. Let's go down the lane. Who do we want to do first here? Aaron?
Yes.
Your character's name is Belcher, am I correct?
That is correct. He is a mountain dwarf, a forge cleric of Moradin. He's kind of a traveling blacksmith. Joys the company of the common people, fixing farming implements, and then enjoying good conversation and better spirits.
Did his mother or his father give him the name Belcher, or did it come from some other source?
It was. I think it's a family name that's been passed down.
I see. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. Okay. Excellent. Dwarf cleric. Probably going to be important.
Very good.
Josh, your character is Chamomile.
Yeah. Hi there. I'm Josh. I'm playing Chamomile tonight. Chamomile is a Kenku Circle of Dreams druid, aptly named for all the chamomile tea that they imbibe.
And so Kenku are notable for their skills at mimicry. What's like the best thing that Chamomile can mimic?
Are you brewing tea again?
He's heard that expression a lot. Outstanding. Next up, we've got Jay. Jay, tell us a little bit about Remy Owlbear.
Well, Remy Owlbear is a gnome warlock of the Archfey. He is a pack of the tome, so he's very much nature and magic combined. And he's got Remy Owlbear of the Fern-told Owlbears is what he's named. He has been told, or at least believes, his lineage is from the original owlbear, that his ancestor, the gnome, was part of and the first to be killed by an owlbear, and hence his family's been cursed.
Does he have feathers and or fur?
No, he was just part of the Mad Wizard's supposed experiment apprentice.
I see. Got it. Okay. Cassidy, your character's name is Sparkle.
Yes, I am playing Sparkle, the Tiefling Bard.
And what makes Sparkle so bardy?
She likes to dance around with her little lyre and just sing, not a lot of lyrics, but just a little humming and the lyre and dancing and making people happy.
All right. Dancing plus music equals awesome. Lael, played by Bianca. Bianca, tell us a little bit about Lael, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. She is in her late 40s. She has salt and pepper hair and she wears it in a high bun. And she has a scar over her left eye. She's actually blind in that eye, but that doesn't really slow her down. She is a gunslinger.
A human?
Yes.
Okay. Gunslinger is a very interesting choice. I got the heads up that you were going to be playing a gunslinger character. I was very excited.
Oh, good.
I've never run a game with a gunslinger before.
Awesome. Also a little concerned, but awesome.
Concerned for whom?
The little survivability, you know, it might be
Oh, okay.
10 minutes. I'm not real sure.
No, yeah, we'll see. I'm sure everything will be fine. Tony, you're playing Shadows.
Hey, yeah, Shadows was my first character. He was born human, but he was a terrible actor who was making fun of a warlock. And as he got blasted, it unlocked the wild magic in his blood. When he was running his first adventure, which was the Lost Mines adventure, with his group, he actually got killed by the young green dragon, and his wild magic surge reincarnated him as a mountain dwarf. The thing is, he has
Okay.
no idea how to be a mountain dwarf, and he's terrible at appropriating their culture.
Okay. And how long has he been this dwarf?
A few months.
Oh, okay. So pretty new.
He is not acclimated, no.
Okay. Well, you're going to fit into this story just fine. I'm glad that there are dwarves and gnomes represented because that will have some bearing. But before we get to that, Critical Bard, you're playing Grobert.
Yeah, I'm playing Grobert. Grobert is a Firbolg, however you like to say it, who is pale green skinned with gray hair, very tall and lanky. And he, to just say it, was kind of kidnapped when he was younger and kind of indoctrinated into a cult that he got away from. But it kind of scarred him and changed him, quite literally. Don't make him angry. He will get feral, as he's an Order of the Lycan blood hunter.
Oh, hello.
But he doesn't like that side. He's very pacifistic and will refrain from battle unless it's necessary.
Awesome. Okay, well, for those who are tuning in to watch, for this game, all the characters have been set at 5th level. I just want to check to make sure with my players that they built their characters that way. Does anybody have any questions about their characters or their stuff before we start to jump into the narrative?
Not questions, but I believe Josh and I have basically made Chamomile and Grobert, Rocket and Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy. So know that.
Okay. Got it. Okay. A strange combination indeed. That's going to be awesome. So let me think. What else can I say just before we kick things off? Nothing, but if something comes up, feel free just to jump in anytime if you have a question, a meta question outside the game or something related to the game. Our adventure assumes that all of you are acquainted with each other and have spent some amount of time adventuring with one another. But here's the thing. You're all in a small mountain town called Hundlestone. For those who don't know, Hundlestone sits at the foot of the Spine of the World Mountains, which is this vast, towering mountain chain that runs across the top of Faerun and extends all the way from the Sea of Swords, well and truly inland over the heartlands of Faerun. But you're kind of in the northwestern part. And it is the dead of winter. The amount of snow that they get in Hundlestone in the dead of winter is staggering. It is so much snow that it closes down all of the mountain passes and basically traps you in place. You can't travel more than 10 or 20 miles before it just becomes too much. And it takes sorry, my dog is growling at me and staring at me over my monitor in disapproval because I'm not paying enough attention to him. But you're all in Hundlestone, huddled down for what you assume to be a long winter, hoping that the snows melt so that you can continue your journeys onward, either to Neverwinter to the south or the fiefdom of Orkney to the west, or the dwarven stronghold of Ironmaster, deeper nestled in the mountains. Or for those who are seeking true adventure in the far beyond, waiting for the mountain pass to Icewind Dale to open up so that you can head north to the northernest land you can possibly imagine, to carve out names for yourselves as adventurers. But alas, you're stuck in Hundlestone. Now, two things to know about Hundlestone. One, it's a mining community, largely. So there's always a lot of activity underground. 2, it's basically founded and run by dwarves and gnomes, working in collaboration with each other. So the bulk of Hundlestone's population are dwarves and gnomes, with a scattering of other folk who have either come or just landed here for whatever reason, much like yourselves. Any thoughts about Hundlestone or questions before we continue? I would like to ask each of you, how have you been spending your Hundlestone isolation? Whiling away the hours and days, waiting for the weather to abate. And we'll start with, I don't know. How about the daring combination of Grobert and Chamomile?
And really quickly, how long have we been in this town?
It feels like a year, but it's actually been maybe 2 months.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Well, I personally believe, I don't know if Chamomile thinks differently. I think they've been just trying to get by. This is not their normal hunting grounds, so to speak. So this is very different. Robert is cold. He doesn't like the cold. And he's basically probably just pestering Chamomile a lot. Basically like, so when are we going to get out of here? Because I don't really like it. Just, it's really cold.
In this interim, Chamomile has definitely been doing his best to collect as many winter coats as he can, to pad himself up, and to very poorly stitch them together to make one larger coat for Grobert.
Oh, okay. So he's basically getting the coats all to make the big Grobert coat, or is he keeping some of the coats for himself?
Like 1 or 2 for himself, everything else for Grobert.
Oh, okay. So he's not like wearing 16 coats by himself. Okay.
Much to his satisfaction.
And also, Grobert is someone who likes to, in his time of being calm, he has learned to play with potions and stuff in alchemy. So he's probably been trying to concoct something to keep them warmer and just something to keep them on a surviving path while they stay in this mountain town.
All right. So either trying to perfect like a potion of cold resistance or a potion of warmth.
Yeah.
Trying different things every day.
It's not working. Okay.
Yeah, it turns out Hundlestone is a little hard to get kind of the ingredients that you would want to get. You've heard that maybe some fire lichen might be useful as an ingredient, but you know that's hard to find this close to the surface. But you keep looking. Shadows, how have you been spending your isolation?
I imagine Shadows has been spending a lot of time apologizing, just trying to,
I don't know.
At first, yeah, he probably spits out, a greeting at first. It ends up being a nursery rhyme or something. He has no idea what he's saying. And as soon as he figures that out, he's probably, I would imagine, just sticking as close to Belcher as possible.
Okay.
And trying to sponge in and not make such an ass of himself.
Does Shadows actually speak Dwarvish or not?
I put it on there because when I redid the sheet after the resurrection, it was on there. I would imagine the way I think of it, he can say it, but he doesn't know what he's saying.
Oh, okay.
He's got to kind of learn it and understand it as he goes.
Got it. Okay. So often he will misuse words.
Oh, all the time.
That he's overheard.
Yeah,
okay.
he has no idea. So this is basically a cultural immersion study for him.
Nice. Okay. And there are plenty of dwarves around who will occasionally say things to him, and he'll say things back that basically causes them to raise eyebrows, shake their heads, or look at you like some sort of dullard.
Yes, absolutely.
Which I spend probably most of my time apologizing for Shadow.
Lael, how have you been spending your weeks of isolation?
So Lael has been spending time working on her ammunition. So she's got to craft her bullets, but also being a town of dwarves and gnomes, I'm pretty sure that would attract a lot of attention. And so she striking up friendships with the locals, kind of showing them what she's doing and how it works. She also has a background. She was a sergeant in the Waterdeep City Watch. And so she would very much want to get to know the local military, police, just kind of seeing like what's going on and just making friends. But like just every different, like each different group is trying to relate just a little bit. She did pick up a duster, like a heavy coat, because she's from Waterdeep. She's not used to this cold, a little unhappy about it, but looking pretty cool with that coat on.
Absolutely. Certainly there is a conclave of gnomes in Hundlestone who would be very excited to chat with you endlessly about firearms. They've heard rumors that there are substances that can ignite inside of a tube to send projectiles out at great velocities. Mm-hmm. They've been testing some things on their own with limited success.
Yeah, if they make extra ammo, she's happy to show them the proper technique and safety and everything like that. She's not shy about sharing knowledge.
Sparkle, how are you doing in these weeks of cold desolation?
Sparkle would be trying to make as many friends as possible and make as many people happy in this horrible isolation as possible. Just going around and trying to sing to everyone and make everyone happy and smile.
Oh, a little rainbow in the north. Okay, you find that most of the people, the miners, they tend to, you rarely see them because Hundlestone has numerous tunnels under its dwellings, and the miners, being dwarves, are quite happy to spend 90 to 100% of their time down there. But people do emerge to go to the local tavern to partake of the ale. And that's where you seem to find the most people at any given time. Aside, of course, from your regular, your true companions, who are always delighted, I'm sure, to have you in their company. Remy, Albert, you know Morlock. What have you been up to?
Well, I would say he starts off okay, but then over the course of time, the fact that it's just stone and not wilderness and nature, he's getting a little cooped and just a little desensitized and like wanting to get out of here quickly. He reads a lot. He's also searching for a lot of magic, just kind of understanding magic, looking at dwarf magic, gnome magic. He's talks to the gnomes a little bit, and just basically he has a little animated sock puppet that named Saki. That it's just made out of yarn with looks like a halfling with a shield and a knitted sword, and he just brings around and walks around with him occasionally, and he talks to it, and it talks to him. Doesn't talk to him, but he talks to it, but just reads and kind of starting to go insane, and occasionally starting to realize that pranks might be necessary to keep his sanity, but he's not sure yet. So there may have been one or two skunk smells from someone at a tavern, but yeah, but a lot of the times he's just occasionally walk down and suddenly the greenness, cast a spell to get some green to kind of feel comfortable.
Okay. The other gnomes of Hundlestone think you're a little off kilter, a little weird. Yeah. They don't quite know what to do with you. They're polite, but nervous. Something about you just sort of tips them off that you're into something that they could never fathom or understand. And so they kind of laugh nervously and occasionally buy you drinks in the hopes that your magic doesn't turn against them. Yeah. They seem a highly superstitious lot, all in all. I have a feeling I know what Belcher's been up to. In fact, I'm pretty sure that in the past week he's probably won a trophy.
Sure. Maybe a couple. Maybe during the day when I'm not showing shadow around to dwarven culture and everything, I can keep myself warm at the forge, and then at night I can keep myself warm at the tavern.
Indeed, where you've earned quite a reputation, and you seem to fit in very nicely with the hardworking dwarves of this community. And it is at the tavern where you have all collected. I assume you all go about your own business for portions of the day, but then you do get together in the evenings or in the mornings to chat and socialize with one another. It is on one particular occasion when you hear some gnomes and dwarves talking, arguing, hard to tell, about a sighting, something that a handful of them saw in the sky the night before. And they claim that a star fell from the sky, lit up the night, and then went down somewhere in the mountains to the east. When you do some further listening and investigating, you also hear or see a group of 4 individuals who have sort of huddled together in one corner of the tavern, and they look very nervous. These are people you've seen in the community over the past several months, but you've never seen them together. And they're talking in hushed tones, and they seem quite upset. And as rumors of this falling star begin to make the rounds, one of them bursts into tears and is kind of consoled by the other 3. And this very upset individual, a kind of heavy-set man in his 30s, who you know as a trapper, he seems to think that the end of Hundlestone is nigh, that they are all doomed, and he can't get the noise out of his head. What, if anything, do you do?
And just so I'm understanding, we're all in this tavern place together in different areas. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And
there's this group of 4 who seem to be very nerve-wracked, unlike everybody else.
Are they human or dwarf?
That's a very good question. The 4 of them are all humans. There is a stocky individual wearing a fur hat, and she seems to be doing most of the consoling of her burly friend. They're both in their 30s or thereabouts, but they look very rugged. And then the other 2 are a bit younger. There's a younger woman, very sort of slender, who always has a small book in front of her and seems to be, if not writing down the conversation as it's happening, then writing down thoughts that she's having while the other 3 are talking, and occasionally interjecting and saying, I heard it too. I hear it every night. Or sorry, I've heard it since last night. I can't get it out of my head. And then she goes back to writing. And then the final figure, the 4th figure, is by far the youngest, a young man, maybe in his early to mid-20s, who looks somewhat out of place amid this crowd. He's not rugged or weary from a life of work. He looks like a man who sort of grew up in a privileged environment, but he too kind of has a tired look in his eyes and a nervousness.
And they've been here as long as we've been here?
They have, the 2 trappers might actually live here. They've been here longer than you, but because they're trappers, they often go out in search of animal, game, and things to catch, and so you might not see them for days on end. The woman with the book, she's been here about 2 weeks. She arrived with a small caravan that came from Mirabar, that sort of trudged through the heavy snows to get here. And all you know about her is that she is a mystery writer. a budding author. The young man, he's been here about a month. You're not sure what his story is. He's been very quiet, but he does wear a ring on one finger that has a house emblem on it that suggests he might be from a merchant family.
Being from Waterdeep, would Lael know the family?
Go ahead and make a intelligence check.
All right.
First roll of the night.
Mhm.
Yes.
That is I think it's a 12. Yes, 12.
You don't know what it is, but you're pretty sure it's not a Waterdavian family.
And oh, go ahead.
Go for it.
Just really quickly, go back to the note that I just wrote down. The star that fell from the sky and lit up the night. Has there been any specifics on what it could be?
There's wild speculation that it's one of the tiers of Selune. This is this sort of glittering asteroid belt that circles the planet. There's speculation from one of the dwarves that maybe one of the tiers was thrown out of the night sky in a skirmish between two gods. And then there's another theory that it is some magical surveillance system deployed by the Arcane Brotherhood to spy on cities of the north and collect intelligence on wizards across the frontier, and that maybe it was knocked out of the sky by a rival wizard syndicate.
And whatever the rumors may be, the four in the corner are obviously affected and having feelings about it.
They're having feelings. They look like they lost a good night's sleep.
Okay.
They got rings around the eyes, and they're the sort of the heavy set man is kind of rubbing his temples like he's got a massive migraine.
Would any of us know them, have spoken to them before, where it wouldn't be weird that we just walked up and started saying that we were eavesdropping?
None of them are really in your typical circle. The closest you probably had to having a conversation with one, it might be the novelist, because she tends to hang around and observe people a lot. But even then, she seems more interested in her pen and her book than sustained conversation. And at best, you would know her name, and that is Casca Lang. You've never heard of her works, though. She has no books of which you're aware.
If they seem like they're in distress, especially if they're suffering, I think Shadows would ask Belcher, with him being a cleric, if there's anything he might be able to do, especially if the guy's like rubbing his temples like he's in pain.
Yeah, I will stroll over there.
Yep.
Introduce myself. Being a cleric of Moradin and seeing that one of your party members was in distress. Is there anything I could do?
The one of the trappers, the one who's consoling her friend, looks up to you and says, "Oh my heavens, I hope so. We can't get the noise out of our heads ever since last night. Is there something that you can do to protect our minds from this invasion?"
Well, maybe you could tell me something more about this. I know was it something to do with this star falling from the sky? Is that when it started? And
she says, "Well, none of us saw this star that they're talking about. But if it fell from the sky last night, that would certainly coincide with the noise we're hearing in our heads."
And what is this noise? Explain it.
It's like a voice, or in and she sort of struggles to find the words, and then the young man sort of pipes in and says, "It's in a language that I don't understand, but it's it's reaching out to me in my head. And then he stops. And then the writer sort of stops writing for a second, looks up and says, drawing us to it. It wants us to go there. I don't know how. Like you, I don't understand what the words are. I don't understand what it's saying, but I can just feel a tug, like a tug on my mind, trying to take me there, east. It wants me to go east. It needs help, but I don't know what it wants exactly. I don't understand the words. And they all sort of nod, and the man rubbing his temples bursts out, get it out of my head! I can't take it anymore! Another night of this and I'll go insane!
Chamomile is going to very fearfully approach, clutching his quarterstaff.
Okay.
I think Lael will come up behind him, just kind of keeping an eye out on him too.
I'll go
Okay.
up as well.
You don't think that you don't see any signs of, physical injury or actual distress. He's just in an emotional state, having been hearing this thing probably since late last night. And he says, it's just the same thing over and over and over again. It's just repeating over and over and over again. And the young man says, yes, that's exactly right. It's just, I don't know what it's saying, but it's just saying the same words, the same phrases over and over again.
And when this occurred, you were in the town. Is that correct? Or
we all were, says the young author. She says, we were all awakened in the night by this voice in our heads, and it's been with us ever since. And then the one of the trappers says, I was the first to hear it. My companion heard it as well. We started asking around to see if anyone else heard the voices. And, well, these two, Casca, and she sort of gestures to the young man. The young man says, Telvaster. My name is Telvaster. I've told you like 6 times. And yes, the 4 of us seem to be the only ones affected. The author turns up to you who have joined them and say, have any of you heard it?
You see Robert step up. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it over here. What hear what?
A voice in your head in some sort of strange, deep, hideous language.
I say in her voice, what the words are?
She says, Ihre Baldlut blid glorslav, blid blön schneglaf, glurfel blisnila to blus galachit vlerbot. And then they all start to sort of try to say that over and over and over again, but in slightly different ways. Like they're all trying to emulate a language that they just heard for the first time, repeated ad nauseum in their head, like a catchphrase from Russian TV. But they all start to say it in sync down to the syllable after about 3 or 4 seconds.
Now, Remy actually has a ritual of comprehend languages, and one of his things is kind of listening to different things. Would he have possibly have heard this language before?
Probably not.
Okay.
Camile's a Kenku, right? Sorry,
But
Remy, if you were done. Sorry.
If you have comprehend languages, you could cast it while they're basically reciting this to decipher it.
And that is exactly what he's going to be doing. Over the corner, he's kind of doing that, just a little scrying, pulling out the stuff and taking the 10 minutes to do the ritual. And he's also peers over to see if there's any writing, if there actually scribbled any the language in a written form.
No, there's nothing like that.
All right. So yeah, he's just working away, going, and he's intrigued.
Oh, excellent. What are the rest of you doing while Remy Albert is casting a spell?
I'm going over to the man who seems the most in distress over the voice.
Mm-hmm.
I look up at him. and say, "Working?" And I try and hold up my hand to his head.
Okay.
My claw to his head, I guess.
All right. He looks fearfully at the claw extended toward his head, but he's sort of braced by his stalwart trapper friend.
I'm going to try and cast Luster Restoration on him.
All right. So 2 spells are basically going off at the same time. What is everybody else doing?
Robert's just watching Chamomile, not really sure exactly what could be going on.
Okay.
Truthfully, not really trying to get too close, but
Fair. Chances are you've seen Chamomile use this magic before.
oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
And
What does
sorry,
everyone think? Do we want to figure out what it is, or do we want to stop it? Because I can maybe stop it.
we could try and figure out what it is.
Remy, did you let the rest of us know that you were trying to decipher this?
Oh yes. So he's like, what? And Remy, he's like, 1 moment, and he starts. Let me figure this out. Let me figure this out. Yes.
All right.
I think I can learn this language.
And sorry for my bad notes. Is chamomile a kenku? I thought someone said they were kenku.
That's Chamomile.
Okay. So if it doesn't interrupt chamomile's casting, I would ask chamomile, do you think you could repeat that backwards, what they're saying?
Chamomile looks up at you with very wide eyes.
Reverse mimicry? That's impossible.
Is it though? Is it?
Grobber would probably pipe up and say, from my understanding, that's not really a thing Chamomile could do, but we could try one day, just not today.
I'm going to follow up in Robert's voice. Not a thing.
All right. So the comprehend languages spell translates the voices of these 4 individuals who are now sort of reciting in sync the same phrases. The translation you get is Nautiloid down, emergency protocols enabled, crew safe, but vessel imperiled, psi crystal needed, come at once.
Remy's just got this look of like, whoa. And repeats what he says. He's like, anybody? Psi crystal. What's a psi crystal? A ship? What kind of ship could this be?
While that's going on, the Lesser Restoration casts on this man, and he can feel the wash of holy energy upon him, which would remove any conditions, including his half-drunken state. But he says, I can still hear it in my head. It's not going away.
Chamomile is going to scurry behind Grobert very fearfully
Let
and just
me,
say, sorry.
let me try, and I'll cast Dispel Magic on him.
Okay. So you walk up and cast the spell. Again, he's a little taken aback by being the recipient of not 1, but 2 spells. And as the magic washes over him, he just sort of bursts into tears and throws his hands over his face, while the other 3 look at you and say, "Dope, still hear it."
Shadow Soul say, listen, guys, all I've got is pretty primitive. Do you think electroshock therapy is going to help here at all?
Looking at him, sorry?
He says, it was too much to hope for.
I just lean over to the nearest person that's not chamomile. I'm not sure who it is. This seems a little above my pay grade. I don't really understand what's going on.
Given the information you now have that a Lesser Restoration didn't work and a Dispel Magic didn't work, anybody who cares to can make an Intelligence Arcana check.
Ooh.
Just let me know what you rolled.
I'm just going to assume this is nothing about fae, fiends, or undead, right?
Correct.
Okay, then I don't get advantage.
17.
17 for Lael.
Remy's got a dirty 20.
No,
Ooh.
17 was for Sparkle.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sparkle.
I have a thing when I get a natural 20, so people actually believe me.
Look at that. And with modifiers, that's just a 20?
21.
21. Very good. That it? All right. Well, good news, 20 and 21. Remy, Owlbear, and Grobert, you come to similar conclusions that these 4 individuals are the recipients of an unwelcome telepathic intrusion. They're basically being targeted by telepathy. And you think that this is only possible because they are, they have some measure of latent psionic ability.
Have you heard? Grobble, have you heard of this before?
Oh, when I was with people I don't like, I've gotten some information. This seems like they might have some power they don't know about.
Yes, interesting.
Yes, they must be
Definitely
very sensitive to telepathic stuff.
The ship, something about the ship and a crew is what the information that they're spouting. I wonder if it. Could the ship have gone down and the ship is communicating with them?
If that's what the thing in the sky was, then yeah, that sounds like a pretty plausible reason.
Interesting. Something new. I sense something fun is about to happen.
I walk over to I get closer to the one that's not struggling the most. Do you know where the thing in the sky fell? Because it sounds like that is the first place to go.
They can, the 4 individuals can sense exactly what direction this telepathic signal is trying to beckon them. They know it's coming from the east and it's about 5 miles away.
In the message, it indicated that it needed a spire. What was
it said nautiloid down, emergency protocols enabled, crew safe but vessel imperiled, psi crystal needed, come at once.
Psi crystal, and I let everyone know. A psi crystal? Anybody know where we could find one? I think the ship needs one.
Would any of us know what a psi crystal is?
No. You've never heard of that before.
Shadows would point out, are we sure the ship is full of good people? If they're obviously sending their message and it's hurting these 4 people, I think we have to do something for these people's sake. And if they end up being good people that we can help along the way, then fine. But I don't think we can sit here while these people suffer. I think we have to do something.
And Lael would agree and say it doesn't even make sense. The ocean's to the west. There would be no ship to the east, because she has absolutely no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, it would make no sense to you that there would be a ship to the east.
Grobert just kind of looks at the 4. I mean, didn't we just try to end what's happening with them and nothing happened? So what can we do right now? I think the best thing to do is go to where they believe this thing fell and find out there. But maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think we have to go to the source and handle this.
Saying this in Robert's voice, this seems above my pay grade.
Now, Chamomile, you know this is going to be fun. Well, we'll make it fun, but we have to help them, and you never know what we might find.
Have any of them tried to go there?
They have not. When you ask them, or you ask them, while they can feel the sort of tug of the message, they're very nervous, obviously, about going off into the mountains in the dead of winter by themselves, and B, they haven't, just the sound of the voice. Now you can hear them repeat it, but what you can't hear is what they hear, and they say the sound of the voice alone fills them with dread and foreboding.
Yeah, I didn't know if they might have tried to go that way and it got worse or not. That's
No, they have been hesitant to leave Hundlestone.
And east is straight into the spine of the world, right? Like it's not below it.
Hundlestone is basically high up in the mountains. If you were to head roughly due east, you'd be at similar elevation to where you are now, just kind of further along the base of the mountain range.
What kind of supplies would we need to travel there? I'm looking at kind of thinking out loud, and then eventually looking at the dwarves and speaking.
Yeah.
Asking them.
So you know, based on some experience, that to trudge through the snowy snow of the mountains in just boots, you can probably get about 1/8 of a mile in an hour. So 5 miles away that's a lot. You're talking a 40-hour hike. If you have snowshoes, you can reduce that to 1/4 mile an hour and get there in half the time, about 20 hours. If you have a dog sled, you can have it again and get there in 10 hours. A dog sled is more expensive.
Grammy's all about the dog sled because the snow comes up to here.
Yeah. So, well, another option is you can just buy a sleigh and have one of your friends pull you. It's probably cheaper than having dogs. A dog sled will set you back 50 gold pieces. And that's basically a large toboggan capable of carrying people and cargo as well, and it has to be pulled by 6 dogs. Snowshoes will set you back about 2 silver.
Okay. And they are pretty easy to attain, I assume?
Yeah.
In this area? Cool. Yeah. I figured they're probably already bought because we're around this area. And have, yeah. Okay.
But a dog sled sounds pretty cool, y'all. I mean, we've been adventuring for a while. We have 90 gold among, or how much, 50 gold among us.
Well, you'll probably need, for all of you, since you're a large group, 7 of you can't ride on one dog sled. You probably need at least 2.
Yeah, Grobber's pretty big. Sorry.
Now, considering what we might find and what we might need to take back, or what supplies we need to go get, and all of us, yeah, dog sled.
Question. How many dogs is equal to a black bear in terms of pulling a sled?
Probably, well, they're both medium creatures, so I'm going to say they're about the same.
Okay.
I can
Sled dogs are about as big as wolves. They're not small.
Right.
If we get the sleds, I can maybe try something that can maybe pull it.
Well, Sparkle, I think you should save your energy for what we're going to find. I have no idea what they're talking about. And it seems like maybe if we rent or buy 2 sleds, maybe or 3, if Chamomile wants to pull one in case we need to bring anything back or take anything with us, that should be enough.
Do we have 150 gold between us?
Well, good news, good news. Veta Starsprit, who is one of the trappers, says that she has a sled with sled dogs of her own. She would be happy to loan those to you for this mission. The other 2 sleds, you're on your own.
But I assume we've done enough to at least potentially be able to afford that together. I would assume. But again, assumptions aren't always correct.
True. I mean, you have whatever gold is on your character sheets.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
Red.
will not be much help here.
My character sheet has 90, which is why I said that earlier.
There we go.
Because Layla has done some adventuring.
Awesome.
Chamomile is going to walk over and pat Lael's coat and hold out 5 gold up to her.
She very graciously takes it.
All right. You now have 95 gold.
All
You're
right.
five shy away from being able to afford 2 sleds with dogs.
Oh,
Shadows will give you another 10.
Oh, never mind. Grabber's like, oh, never mind.
You now have enough plus a 5 gold piece tip.
Awesome. Thank you to my Saturday group that I've been playing with, socially distant, for that 90 gold. With my 10 characters. So yeah, she actually had some money.
All right. Cut to scene outdoors in the blowing, horrific snow where 18 sled dogs are howling and barking and yipping as they're anxiously waiting to get underway. You guys are stomping out with your big furry boots and your fake furry hats and scarves and thick mitts and heavy cold weather clothing, loading packs and food supplies and everything onto the sleds while keeping enough room open for one of you to ride on the back of each sled. There's sort of like a standing board at the back of each sled where the driver basically stands, and then everybody else can basically hop on a sled and just kind of ride it out. So 3 individuals, 3 of you are going to basically have to be the dog sled drivers. I'm curious to know who those people are. Who's driving a sled?
Shadows has proficiency in animal handling, so he would step up.
That was going to be a key. If you have good animal handling role, you're probably better equipped than anybody else for this.
I have a good survival role, but I do have non-proficient good animal handling role.
I got a +7 animal handling if I don't need to be a bear right now.
So are you then Chamomile going to be a driver then?
Do we have enough dogs for the sleds without me being a black bear? I'm seeing a nod from Jay, so I'll be a driver.
Okay. We need 1 more driver. We've got Shadows, we've got Chamomile.
I can. I'm not the best, but I can. I'm better than
Same.
probably most.
I am not probably better than most.
Grabber to do it. And if he fails, well, he didn't want to do this anyway.
Fair.
Okay, who is going to be, now, so that's 3 of you. That means 4 of you are going to be riding on sleighs, unless you're a bear and you want to trundle along separately, but you're not, you're going to be driving. So given the choice between being on Shadows' sled, Chamomile's sled, and Grobert's sled, Belcher, where do you see yourself?
I think I'd be on Shadows.
Okay. Remy Owlbear, where do you see yourself?
I would see myself on Chamomile's because I'd be talking to him and trying to get that mimicking going. He just enjoys the mimic and having conversations.
All right. Sparkle, whose sled do you want to ride in?
Cammy.
Cammy. Leo?
On Grobert.
All right.
And she will, as best as she can without getting sick, kind of face back to keep watch as they travel.
Okay, excellent. All right. So you all hop into your sled. You can see kind of standing around the doorway of the tavern, looking out at you, hopefully, gratefully, are the 4 individuals who are being tormented by this telepathic signal. They've just come here to wish you well, wish you safe journeys, and to thank you for making this effort on their behalf. And Casca will shout out, if you find anything interesting, keep notes. I'll buy them off you. I want to write a book when this is all over. This is a good mystery.
I shout back, pay grade.
And she says something too, but it gets lost in the sound of the howling, blowing wind.
Does our group, since we've been working together, have a banner or something like a sigil that we've signified us as a party?
You tell me.
We do now. I don't know what it is.
Like, I don't know.
Amazing.
Seems important all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Because whatever it is, if we have to come up with it on the fly, we're going to do that. But in the course of this, even though it's not very seen, a minor illusion of this pole and flag being flown as we're on the dog sled in the middle of it, just a banner as we're going.
And what is shown on this majestic banner?
Group? What do I?
I have a bias, so a bunch of feathers.
We have feathers. Aaron, what's your suggestion?
Probably something with, the number 7 on it.
Okay.
Something.
Cassie, how about you?
Sparkles.
Sparkles?
Sparkly 7 with feathers sticking out of it.
And maybe a hammer in a circle.
Yeah.
And lay. Or what else? What other 2 other symbols should we have on there?
So we have sparkles. Wait,
Yes.
recap it for me. What we have?
So we got a
So you have
Seven.
so you have a circle. Technically, I guess the hammer could be shaped like a 7. I mean,
There you go.
sort of a-
Ooh.
So you got a 7-shaped hammer that sparkles and there's feathers.
Well, I mean, if she's gonna be selfish, and she is, I mean, it could be the 7 with a pistol like crossed.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, that's good. And honestly, from Grobert, once it was all done, it would just be a smiley face in the corner.
All right, so now we're gonna tax someone in the chat to draw this up for us.
Yes.
Please.
Definitely make it
There's a
happen.
Nice
Yes.
circle, sparklies, crossed, 7. So
Yes.
I have it all written down if we want to recap it.
Smiley face.
Yes. Yeah. The magnificent 7 shooter. I don't know.
Ooh.
Okay, so you've got this banner with this over-engineered logo on it, and you're heading out of.
Yes.
Please.
Definitely make it happen.
All right, you head out of Hundlestone, trudging through the snow, your dogs excitedly plowing ahead, undaunted, and you leave the mining town behind. Pretty soon it disappears behind curtains of blowing snow, and you find yourselves charting your own course across the rough, deep snow south of this immense mountain range, wind blowing in your face the entire way. I would like Shadows, Chamomile, and Grobert to make animal handling checks.
23.
Nice.
9 for Shadows.
Okay. 5. Okay.
A whole 5. Couldn't even blame it on being cocked.
Yeah.
That's a 2 plus 3.
All right. You're trying to, because of the snow, the blowing snow is so bad, and it's getting in your eyes and it's reducing visibility greatly. You're trying to stay fairly close to one another so that you don't veer off. However, at one point, you don't know if it's wind or just bad driving, but Shadows and Grobert, your two sleds kind of collide. They bang up against one another. And you barely have time to even register it before this sort of happens. And it's largely because Grobert, yours kind of skidded a little too far off to the side, and in attempting to regain control, you weren't able to, and kind of slapped up against Shadows's. Now, Shadows, you with your 9, you were just barely able to keep this thing going. Grobert, after bouncing off of Shadows's sled, overcompensates again and rolls his over. Consequently, everything on Grobert's sled that isn't tied down, which includes Lael, goes into the snow. And the dogs keep running, and so they're just dragging this upside down sled through the deep snow behind them until eventually they kind of slow down and stop. Those of you who are on sleds that are not turned over can see that this is happening. Lael and Grobert, I'd like you both to make dexterity saving throws.
Okay, at least I'm good at that.
Yeah, same.
Famous last words.
19 for Lael.
19, all right.
18 for Robert.
Other than basically being knocked down into the snow, knocked off the sled, you don't suffer any other ill effects. And you pull yourselves out of the snow, stare around, and see the track left by the sled, now upside down.
His pale green skin just covered in snow, and he no, do you want to drive or should I continue? I'm sorry.
So kind of do little circles on his back. It's okay. It's okay. Happens to everybody. It's fine.
No, I just don't want it to. And then he kind of like has a moment and
just patting him on the back. Let's go find the dogs.
You guys okay back there? You need some help?
We're fine. We're good.
You sure? Your sled tipped over. Do you need a hand?
He just like silently keeps walking towards
the I'll keep pushing
in shame.
Moving him forward to find the dogs, follow the track.
Yeah, you do catch up to the sled. It's now just sitting in the snow, kind of upside down, half on its side, and the dogs are just taking a break.
You see that I have a staff. It almost looks like a shepherd's staff. And it has like these vines going up it with a couple of flowers. And he kind of just like goes over to one of the dogs, and you see a flower gets bloomed from the top of the staff, and he just offers it to the dog, not really understanding if it even wants it or not. He's like, "I'm sorry, you can have this smelly good thing," and then gets back onto the sled.
Okay. Your sled is upside down.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I'll start trying to, while he's giving the flower, I'll start trying to ride it.
As you begin to right the sled and push it up, it's pretty heavy. It's about 200 pounds, but you're able to get it up. You all hear a monstrous howl above the wind that doesn't sound natural. It sounds like it was made by some horrible, probably very large feral creature.
Don't like
it's
that.
hard to get the bearings, but you think it's sort of a little bit higher up the mountainside.
Where are the dogs looking?
They seem fairly nonplussed, even in the face of that howl. They seem to be just waiting for, a signal to move. They're not going anywhere because they're tied to the sled. And the rest of you on the other sleds can also hear that monstrous howl.
Is there cover? Did you say there are woods nearby? Is there cover nearby?
There are no woods whatsoever. It's just snow-covered incline.
It may be time to go.
I pull my sled aside and wait for Robert.
Okay.
Yeah, he would make sure once hearing that, and he has pretty good perception. He no, don't like that. And once it's finally uprighted, gets right back on, kind of just make sure the dogs are set, and then
Yeah.
get back on it.
Okay. You head off, not sticking around to see what made that noise. You can hear it once more, but it sounds farther away once the sleds are up and running, and you keep heading east, 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 east. The weather doesn't get any better as the hours press on, and the day gets darker and darker and darker. It'll be, assuming that you left promptly, it will well and truly be dark by the time you get what you think is about 5 miles east of Hundlestone. And so I would like all three drivers to make another check. But this time, not animal handling. I want you to make a survival check for navigation.
Thank you.
17.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a group check, by the way, so 2 of you have to succeed.
15 for Shadows.
Okay.
I'm making sure that's for that. Cool. Yeah, that's a 22.
Nice. All right, you all succeed at the survival check. Your navigation skills are impeccable. You manage to stay together and guide each other steadily eastward without wavering. Occasionally having to adjust your course to account for terrain that is not conducive to sledding. But through dips and valleys and nooks and crannies and avoiding snowy precipices every which way you can, you eventually come to a point where you reach an escarpment. And when you get toward the edge, you can see it sort of slopes down into a bowl-shaped valley. And there are a few scattered trees growing on the mountainside in this vicinity, but still quite distant from where you are. And there is just enough light in the sky for you to tell that there's something very, very big in the bowl of this valley, rising up above the snow. A dark, eerie shape and a glow that betrays its monstrous outline. Its stupendous, ominous form looks like a cephalopod with slimy, ropey tentacles as thick as tree trunks that have tried and failed to bury the immense bulk of this vessel in the snow.
That's a sheep? Or is it
Sha-
alive?
Shadows would just shake his head and say, it always comes down to tentacles.
At that point, creatures burst out of the snow nearby. I would like everybody to roll initiative.
Don't like that. Don't like that at all.
You're saying that as if there's only one thing upsetting here.
Yes.
Let's start with Remy Albert.
All right. That is going to be a 7.
That's 7. Shadows?
A 5.
8. Oh my.
Oof.
Oh, Sparkle.
15.
Nice. Lael.
16 for Lael.
Okay. Belcher.
12.
12. Chamomile.
18.
18. Grobert.
14.
Okay. Oh, okay. So some very good rolls mixed in there. I know, Milo, you're not going to like this very much. The creatures that you see bursting up out of the snow kind of erupt closer to your dogs than they do to you, basically at the front of your sleds. They appear to be, from the parts that you can see of them, giant white worms with a nest of tentacles coming out of their faces. They seem to be multi-legged creatures, but you can only see if the initial legs. The rest of their long worm-like bodies seem to be under the snow. But when they erupt, it startles the dogs. Unfortunately, the creatures go first. They rolled a 19. And they attack the nearest dogs. Specifically, the dogs on Shadows' sled and the dogs of Chamomile's sled.
Chamomile screams.
Your screams echo through the night.
Chris, are you sure there's not a rule in the DMG that says that dogs don't die in D&D?
Should be a rule.
Yeah.
Should be a rule.
Should be, but not.
Milo concurs.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the creatures, so basically imagine creatures that look like this, but they're kind of white.
No, ma'am. I didn't sign up for that.
Oh, thank you.
And they look like kind of big bloated tentacled maggots. And each of them succeeds in wrapping its tendrils around a dog and kind of biting into it. The dog goes, lets out a yelp, and then kind of goes rigid and limp, and basically allowing this creature to latch onto it. It has completely become paralyzed or incapacitated. But the dog is still attached to the sled. So as the creature grabs hold of it with its tentacles and starts tugging on it, it starts to kind of yank the sled forward toward the precipice. At which point, I would like Chamomile to tell me what you would like to do. Your sled is being jerked by this creature tugging on this paralyzed dog.
All right, Chamomile is freaking out.
Screaming loudly. Ah!
Exactly, yeah. Sounding like Robert. He is going to cast Moonbeam.
Oh, okay.
Because that is my dog, thank you very much.
Indeed. Now, Moonbeam has a radius.
5 foot radius.
Yes. And it's not particularly, it doesn't particularly discriminate who it damages in that area.
Nope.
When a creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it is engulfed in ghostly flames that cause searing pain, and it must make a con save. All right, so how are you shining the Moonbeam down?
Well, I guess he's going to be holding up a mirror and just screaming and trying to get as many of the maggoty things as possible in its light.
Okay, well, there are 2 of these big creatures. There's one in front of your sled, and there's
just
one
the
in
2.
front of, yes.
I think the
There's
fear
one in
reflex
front
maybe
of
think there were more than just the 2.
Got it. Well, thankfully, there are just 2 of these gigantic monstrous worms.
Yes, only 2. He's going to say, sorry, as he shines it on the one that's grabbing the dog on his cart. On the slug on his cart.
And are you going to try to have the beam shine down in such a way as to not get the dogs?
If possible, yes.
Okay, you can. It would just mean that the dogs are kind of at the edge of the Moonbeam, and the Moonbeam goes back from you from that point to sort of engulf the worm and nothing else.
Please, thank you.
All right.
Whew.
Well, you're going to have to remind me, by the way, when it comes around to the worm's turn.
Sure thing.
To deal the Moonbeam damage. All right, so a brilliant beam of moonlight streams down upon one of the worms, and you can see it starts to kind of cause its horrific flesh to blacken, like it's being slowly cooked. Next up is Lael.
So the one on our sled, the worm is still attached to the dog?
You actually don't have one on your sled. Robert's sled is free of worms.
Okay. And then the other 2 then are still attached to dogs?
Yes, correct.
So how close is the nearest worm?
From you, probably about 15 feet.
Not willing to risk hurting the dog, Lael will jump towards the closest worm and slash out with her scimitar.
Okay. As you start to run through the snow, you realize the snow is difficult terrain, so it will take you 30 feet of movement to get to the worm, which I believe you have.
Right.
And you can still make an attack.
Okay. And she does get 2 attacks.
Great. And remind me, are you going after the one in front of Chamomile's sled or the one in front of Shadow's sled?
Whichever was 15 feet. I don't remember what she said.
I'm going to assume you were kind of like the middle sled, so they're both about the same distance away from you.
Oh God, I don't want to make a decision.
Welcome to D&D.
Yeah, right. Chamomile. I'll regret this later.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So Lael's going to help Chamomile sled.
Okay. First attack is a that is a 21.
Oh yes, that easily hits this creature.
And that will be 5 points of damage for the first.
Nice.
Second attack, not as good. That is a 11 to hit.
That does not. You're sort of knocked astray by its flailing tentacles.
Great. I believe I do not get a bonus, so I think that is the. Yeah, no, I'll take that as the end of my turn.
Okay. But first blood has been drawn here. Sparkle.
Okay, so Sparkle will reach into her little bag of tricks on her belt and pull out a little fluffy ball and throw it at the worm.
Okay.
And it will turn into a, what did I roll? A black bear.
Oh, okay. You now have a black bear that has appeared next to this worm.
And he is friendly and he goes on my bonus action.
Excellent. Guess what? You have a bonus action.
I do. So he will, oh, he gets multi-attack. So he will take a multi-attack on the worm that is attacking Chamomile's sleigh.
All right. So Lael, you realize now you are in combat with this worm, aided by a black bear.
So for the bite, you can say 9.
9 is a miss.
And for the claws, 16.
That hits.
So 7.
Okay, very good.
Damage.
The bear starts to rake with its claws into the soft white flesh on the opposite flank of this worm from what Lael has been fighting. This worm, who has taken a total of 12 points of damage, looks like it can take a bit more damage than that. It's not what you would call bloodied yet. But it is Grobert's turn. Grobert, your passenger has already disembarked to attack one of the worms with a scimitar. What would you like to do?
You see Grobert watches Lael get off and go towards the one on Chamomile. And Grobert's eyes are on Chamomile. And he's like clutching his staff like, and regrets it and goes off for the other worm that's currently not protected. He knows that Chamomile can hold his own. And okay, I can do this. And walks over, and I do have 2 attacks as well. And he goes twice.
Okay, go over, use all your movement to get over to the other worm, and you start to whack on it, and Milo will not stop licking my monster manual. All right, go ahead and make 2 attacks.
So the first attack,
Swinging mightily.
Ooh, that's a dirty 20.
Nice.
And that will do 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Bonk.
And second attack is a 14.
That is a hit.
Oh, yay. And that will also do another 4 points of damage.
All right, so 2 wet thwaps against its rubbery hide. causes it to sort of burst with a wound in the top of its head. But that's the first damage that one has taken. So it looks like it can weather a bit more.
Then he just looks at it and kind of looks up. Well, how tall is it?
Oh, well, most of it it's hard to tell, but it's bigger than you. It's bigger than a horse.
Oh,
This thing might be as much as like 12 feet long.
Oh, cool, gross. And he's just like, disappears as a bonus action.
So when you say disappears, does that mean turn invisible?
I turn invisible using my hidden step ability as a firbolg.
Great. So those of you who have been witnessing this, witnessing Robert's heroism, see that when he disappears, his feet are still sunk in the snow, so you can kind of see where he's standing. And the snow kind of blows around him, giving just the vaguest hint of an outline.
Oh, God. He didn't even think about that. He's just like, no.
But it is now Belcher's turn. Now, Belcher, you are sitting on one of these sleds whose dogs are being accosted currently.
Correct. I am going to, Belcher's going to stand up and say a prayer to Mordrin, and rub his hand over the top of the head of his warhammer, which glows a red as he casts Searing Smite as a bonus action. And then he's going to trudge over to that white worm creature and hit it with his hammer.
Okay. You're less than 10 feet away, so even through the snow, which is like up to your waist, up to your gut, you're able to get there and just start beating on it.
Yes, and that is a 17 to hit.
Oh, yes, that's a hit.
And that is 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then from the smite, that is 3 more fire damage.
Nice. All right, there's an explosion of fire as your hammer strikes this thing, and it lets out this horrible sound. And next up is Remy Owlbear, no Morlock.
So
you are seated on Chamomile's sled, which is also being accosted by a worm that is in turn being accosted by Lael and a black bear.
So I stand up, get to a position, look at this white thing, and I start yelling at it and screaming at it in the form of an insult of, your tentacles are dry and look like leather, and cast vicious mockery on it.
Dost thou mock the worm?
Mock the worm for a wisdom saving throw of 14.
It rolled a nat 1.
So it takes 5 points of psychic damage.
It is stung by your mockery, sir. Stung. 5 points. All right.
And disadvantage on the next attack.
Oh, that's good. All right. Both of these worms are about equally damaged at this point. And that brings us to the bottom of the initiative order with Shadows.
Okay. Shadows is not going to be happy about any of this. So he's going to take out his Wand of the War Mage and try to twin spell a witch bolt at each worm.
Ooh, okay.
So the one on our sled, a 23 to hit.
Oh, yes.
And on the other one, a 14 to hit.
Both hits.
All right.
Crackling eldritch energy springs from Shadows, creating a line of destruction between him and both of these worms.
A 12 on the one on our sled.
Wow, 12.
And
nice.
I got to point I would totally point the webcam if I could. It's attached to the computer. I actually got another 12.
Oh, okay.
So I've never done that ever.
They each take 12. Both of them are now bloodied as bits of flesh start to fly off their forms from the witch bolts.
And then Shadows is going to try to maintain concentration on the spell.
Okay, yes, good call. We are back at the top of the initiative order. The worms have been at, sorry,
it's my bad. Moonbeam.
Moonbeam, thank you. It's a saving throw for the one worm.
Yep.
And it rolled a 6. So that's not enough. Takes 2d10 radiant damage.
Yep.
The other ones need to make a con save from this Searing Smite, or it'll take another.
It rolled a 16.
it passed.
Okay.
13 radiant damage.
Ow. All right, and that's Chamomile's. That one looks very, 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 very hurt by the moonbeam. It lets go of the dog, panicking, lashes out at one random creature within range. That will be Lael, and tries to make an attack with its tentacles. Lael, does a 20 hit you?
Well, yes.
Disadvantage on that one?
I did not roll disadvantage.
Sorry.
Thank you. That's a nat 20. So you did not score. You basically killed the critical hit on that. So that's the upside. Good news, no critical hit. Bad news is it's still going to hit you for, these are the tentacles that are trying to grab onto you right now. They do 5 points of poison damage. This is a contact poison, kind of like a mucus that oozes from the creature's body and secretes down its tentacles. You take the 5 poison damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
That's 11.
All right. This poison quickly gets into your system and paralyzes you. So you go numb and rigid. Your scimitar sort of plops down in the snow, and you just sort of careen over into the gooey embrace of its tentacles. And everybody can see that happening. The other one, which is doing a little bit better health-wise, is going to attack Belcher, dwarf cleric.
Ain't see me, haha.
True. Belcher, it rolled a whopping 10.
No, that misses.
Okay. Oh, and I forgot, Lael, the one who paralyzed you is also going to bite you, so you take an additional 7 points of damage.
Oh, cool, cool.
That's it for them. Movement. The one that has Lael tries to withdraw with her, dragging her away. This will provoke attacks of opportunity from the black bear known as Chamomile.
But you mean my black bear?
I'm sorry, yes, your black bear. Yes, different black bear.
I had to say, oh no.
Sparkle's black bear can make an opportunity attack, either bite or claws, your choice.
Oh, God. $18.
That's a hit.
$9.
Okay, good news. Your bear kills it before it's able to drag Lael away. So that one worm
Yay.
collapses under the feral claws and jaws of Sparkle's rampaging black bear.
Lael says, yay, but it comes out,
Nice. Chamomile, what would you like to do? Your worm is dead. There's one more worm.
All right. I am going to forsake moving the moonbeam to try and head over to Lael.
Okay.
And using a 3rd level spell slot, I'm going to cast Lesser Restoration.
Okay, that will remove her paralyzed and poisoned conditions.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to use Balm of the Summer Court to heal her for 2d6 points of damage.
Nice.
Please heal for 7.
All right, Lael, you are back in business.
awesome, thank you. And chamomile is her favorite.
Yep. And guess what? It's your turn.
Okay, so the other worm, is it still holding on to a dog?
No, it let go of the dog to attack Belcher.
That is what Lael likes to hear. So she will draw her pistol, which by the way is named Lieutenant. and take a shot. Ooh, that is a, oh God, math. 25.
Oh, yes. Yes, there's a loud crack in the night air. A puff of smoke erupts from your weapon as it hurtles a projectile at vast velocities toward this unsuspecting creature.
And it takes 10 points of damage on the first shot.
Oof. A large chunk of the beast gets blown away. Gooey bits flying off and landing in the snow behind it.
Still up?
Yes.
Okay, second shot. And just for clarity, nothing is within 5 feet of it, right?
Yes, you've got allies within 5 feet of it.
That's what I should have asked before. Okay, so before she takes her second shot, I didn't realize that. Whomever is within 5 feet of that shot, they have to make a saving throw.
So that would be
Belcher.
Belcher.
Sorry,
And
dude. I
Grobber.
should have asked. I should have
And yes.
clarified. I was worried
Yeah.
about dogs. I'm sorry.
No worries.
What,
Robert and Belcher.
what are you
It
making?
is a dexterity saving throw.
I can do
15.
that. Yeah, 21.
Both save.
Okay.
After being way too excited about taking a shot, she's going to regret that choice because she not realized that they were there. And is that within, I guess, 15 feet of her?
Yeah.
Okay, then she'll close the distance. If you don't mind, for flare, holster, lieutenant, and take her scimitar and make an attack.
Okay. Now she did drop her scimitar in the snow when she was
Okay.
paralyzed, so
Okay.
she'll have to basically pick it up.
She'll pick it up.
Okay.
Yeah, she'd close the distance. She'd still move. I
Okay.
don't think you'll allow a second attack, but she'd still move in.
Correct. Yeah.
That's cool.
All right.
I
But
will
you are
ask
now
her.
up. You are now up in front of it with your scimitar.
Yeah.
Back in
The
hand.
thing about gunslingers is anything within 5 feet has to always make that dex saving throw. And I was obviously thinking about dogs. Normally I think about people. Sorry, guys. I will ask the future.
It
But that's fine.
happened.
It's every time.
Yes. Well, you took a big chunk out of the creature and didn't hurt anybody else, so that was good. All right, Sparkle. You've got a bear, a triumphant bear. What do you do?
She will look at it and start yelling at it. Are you ready to end up like your friend? And cast vicious mockery.
Okay.
He has
Another saving
to-
throw.
Yes, 14 wisdom.
Wisdom is not this thing's sparkly stat, so that's a fail.
So he takes 6 damage.
Okay, it's still up.
And then my black bear will attack.
I'm sorry, you broke up there. Can you repeat?
My black bear shall attack.
All right.
Let's see.
I
That
think
is
Black Bear
a
might get MVP here.
19 for
That's a
its
hit.
bite. And a 10 for its claws.
Okay, the 10 is a miss, but the bite, it sinks its jaws deep into this horrific maggot worm creature.
7.
And you kill it.
MVP.
Okay.
My bear is the MVP. Yes.
The bear is digging its jaws deep into this worm, which just sort of keels over and dies in front of you. You have no other threats looming.
And the black bear stays until either the dawn of the next day or is taken to 0. So now we have a black bear too.
Awesome.
Nice.
Nice.
Leia will pick up her scimitar
Okay.
and look very, very apologetic at everybody else. Sorry.
You see, all of a sudden, if anybody's watching the one that the black bear just killed, you just see Robert poking it with his staff as he slowly materializes again from his invisibility. He's like, "Is it dead? Okay, it's dead."
Nice.
Remy's putting on his snowshoes so he can actually walk and not sink into the snow. At the time, he's like, "Is the dog all right? Somebody check the dog."
I'm gonna check the dog. Oh no.
Yeah, you go over to the dog. You can see that the two dogs have both been paralyzed by the poison touch of these hideous tentacles, but they're both whimpering and breathing, suggesting that they are still alive. They're just paralyzed, poisoned.
Oh no.
And you, if you want to, you can make a medicine check just to see, how long these effects will last.
Sure, I'll roll that. That is a nat 20 for 27.
Very good. You think that they'll be able to overcome this effect in about a minute.
Okay.
Without any magical intervention. It's not a permanent thing.
How serious are their wounds?
They've both lost about less than half of their hit points, but more than about a third of their hit points.
I'm going to regret this later on, but I'm going to use 2 uses of Balm of the Summer Court to heal each dog for 1d6.
Okay. Do you want to roll that?
I'll roll that.
Okay.
I fully support this.
4 to the one, 4 to the other.
Okay. After the healing, they've only got the slightest hint of wound to them. A scar to remind them not to engage in extraplanar worm encounters. All right, so the dogs are mostly healed up, and after about a minute, they regain their ability to move. They're not happy, but they're not dead. So, well done.
Yay!
That strange ship is down in the bowl of the valley, ahead of you, waiting to be explored. But let us now take a brief break. Let's say, what do you think? You think 5 minutes is enough to refresh our drinks, visit the bathroom, come back, thereabouts?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll see you all in 5 minutes. Hi, welcome back. Okay, let's see. Where were we? You guys just killed a couple nasty worm-like creatures.
Point of order, we didn't kill anyone. The brown bear, the black bear killed everyone.
Fuzzy ball did all the work.
My fuzzy ball black bear.
Yeah, your fuzzy ball black bear did the heavy lifting, and you all basically lent assistance. So the bear stares at you kind of stupidly while you decide what's next. But before that happens, as you're staring down at these shredded worm carcasses, you notice something peculiar, that each of them is wearing a collar. And that the collar has a sort of metal hoop on it, suggesting that it can be chained to something. But it appears to have been set free.
Robert will notice that and kind of kneel down onto a knee and start inspecting that collar, because now he's curious.
It is made of a sort of a strange, shimmering, silvery gray metal, the likes of which you have not seen.
Okay. I'm not really sure what this can be, but it's nothing I know. And trust me, with Chamomile as my witness, I know a lot.
Did we just kill someone's pet? Because I kind of feel bad, but not really.
If a pet attacks us, it's fair game. Remember that.
That's why I said not really. Only kind of.
Do we know? Has anyone seen these before? What are they?
This is something out of my knowledge range.
Are there any markings?
There's a lot.
No, there are no markings on the collars whatsoever.
Remy is actually. Oh, so go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say Remy actually pulls out one of the books and a notepad and actually starts jotting some information down about what we're seeing here for the writer back home.
Mm-hmm. Good thinking.
This would be a classic Shadows. He would look at this collar and the metal and just try to flex his imaginary dwarf knowledge that he probably should know if he knows this metal or not. And just whatever words he heard the miners use, just spit out and say he has no idea.
Okay. Yeah, you stare at it.
Can you take it? Take it off of the thing.
Yeah. Is it removable?
As you sort of look, it's obviously a very big band to fit around the body / head of this worm like creature. As you sort of look at it for possible ways to sort of unclasp it or unclench it, you don't see any. there seems to be no easy way other than just tearing it from the creature's head, of removing it.
I mean, I don't really condone this on a living animal, but we could just, and he starts to like tug at the collar.
Yeah, unless you hack the head off the worm, you're probably not going to be able to take the collar off.
He pulls out a hand axe. So he does legitimately have, now just pulling that out of my butt.
It's okay, Gurable. It's okay. It's dead. It attacked us. It's okay. We need the metal to figure something out. It's okay.
Do we need it, or are we just really chopping this dead thing's head off?
I think we might need this for research purposes.
Can we carry it? It's huge.
We could put it on the
opened
sleds.
my big bag of holding.
What did you say, Josh?
I'm going to ritual cast Detect Magic.
Okay. As you cast your spell, you detect no magical auras around the worms or their collars.
Chamomile going to look very disappointed and then go and kick the worm corpse.
And Robert would hear that and see that and go, okay, that's a verbal. Ching. Ching. And then, like, as he's doing it, you notice that he's starting to like it.
Okay, so you just start hacking through this creature's head, flesh, trying to chop this big head off of its body. Whack, 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 many, many whacks. Mucus and bile and gore start to splatter all over the place as you tear into this thing. And then, oh, the smell. Oh, yeah, that's a new thing you've never experienced before. But given enough time, patience, while your friends are standing, stomping their feet and staying warm in the cold, you do manage to hack this thing's head off. And as everything sort of disgorges from its severed neck, you're able to slide this big metal collar, this gore-encrusted ring from the creature and separate the two entirely.
He gets covered in this mucus, nasty stuff. He goes, we did it!
Holding up this big ring.
Chamomile, looking disgusted, casts Druidcraft and makes the 5-foot area he's in smell like chamomile tea.
Okay.
Like a little inch closer. Just kind of.
Will the?
I'll get all the gunk off with prestidigitation.
Okay. It's like a 6 foot. It's like a 6 foot diameter ring, or actually, it's probably not that. Probably a 4 foot diameter.
I got long arms. I'm just holding it.
So as I look over to Shadow, and I think the dwarves are going to be impressed with this. This will give you quite a good badge of honor. Put it in the cart. We'll take it later.
Yeah, we'll throw it on the sled.
He just walks over to the nearest sled, actually the one that's right next to it, and just kind of drops it.
Good.
Chamomile, we're getting closer, I think. Would you mind repeating what the voice was telling those people?
Chamomile is going to point at Remy.
Remy indicates that the ship is damaged, passengers are alive, psi beacon or psi crystal required. And there's one piece I'm missing.
Yeah, it said nautiloid down.
Nautiloid down.
Emergency protocols enabled. Crew safe, but vessel imperiled. Psi crystal needed. Come at once.
Which I'm realizing now of the course of this is like, I'm glad we took, I think something's coming to retrieve this. We should be getting in and out as soon as possible, or we'll have more of these things here. But sounds like the ship has defenses, so it might be very dangerous. So be careful.
If it needed help, then why did it send out attack worms?
A mystery.
I would assume that it that needs help wasn't the ones that sent these. If they're also in peril, not sure.
Does there appear to be a safe way down into the bowl where the nautiloid is?
Yeah, it's a gradual slope down. You can basically navigate it with your sleds if you're careful. Or you could just leave your sleds here and trundle down, although I expect you want to keep your dogs closer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, how far down is it? Sorry.
Oh, it's a gradual slope. To reach the bottom, you're looking at about maybe 300 yards. So it's a good toboggan ride down, but it's not so steep that you would fear for your life making the descent.
So we would probably want to get close enough to where we don't have to trudge through too much snow, but where we can safely stash the sled and the dogs. So if there is trouble, they're not right in the thick of it.
And certainly, given that there aren't any trees super close by, but as you get closer to the ship itself would be a bulwark against the wind if you were to keep the dogs west of the ship. And the ship is pointed north, by the way. You're coming from the west, so you're kind of coming at it on its port side. If the dogs were to be closer to the ship would be a natural windbreak.
While we're talking, while the folks will be talking about what to do next, Robert would have kind of given in to a part of him he doesn't like and started kind of hacking away some meat from the worm for the dogs. Okay. So they are sated when we're down there.
Okay. Yeah. So you're making like cutting off slabs of meat.
Gets a worm fillet.
Would we have seen Robert do this before? Would this be a new behavior?
Not new. There's a primal part that people have seen a couple of times.
Sort of making the most out of,
Yeah. He tries not to though.
Yeah. It gets the dogs excited. They start to yip and bark.
Oh, and I start to speak with them, though I don't really understand them because I forgot I can talk to Beast.
Oh, okay.
I'm a firbolg, and I'm like, here you go. Hopefully this helps.
All right. So he's feeding the dogs worm meat.
Sorry, Wormwood.
Give some to the bear. Give some to the bear.
That's not poisonous, Robert?
Well, if he's careful to avoid the sort of mucus glands and other poisonous bits. Right now, it's just flesh, so it's safe.
Just checking.
But yeah, feeding it some of the mucusy bits would not be good because the dogs would probably just get paralyzed again.
Yeah, I would toss a little bit over to the bear, though. Just truthfully, he's focused on the dogs, not the bear that popped up out of nowhere that he really doesn't know where it came from.
Now the bear is kind of a quasi magical animal, so I don't know if it eats the worm meat or not. I'll let you decide that, Sparkle.
I think you just eat it, but then spit it back out slowly.
It's like, this isn't filet mignon. All right. So you make your way down the snowy slope after allowing the dogs to gorge themselves on worm meat. So at least the dogs are well fed. You, not so much. You've been making this long trek out here and probably haven't eaten anything yet. Do you want to eat before you go on board the vessel or poke around the vessel?
What time are we at?
I mean, I know
it's night.
Oh, it's night. Okay.
Yeah. You wouldn't see the vessel much at all, actually, at the end of the worm fight, except for the fact that it gives off, parts of it give off sort of an eerie glow.
How many of us can see in the dark?
The gnome, the dwarf, the other dwarf, the tiefling.
I believe, can Shadow see in the dark?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the only one who can't.
I can't.
Leo took goggles of night as an item, so
nice.
She can see them.
I'm just squinting very hard. However, you noticed I never really use. I use my eyes, but I use my nose and ears a lot more. Very keen.
I think if Robert took time to feed the dogs, Shadows would probably dig some rations out and munch while we're just kind of.
Yep.
Would we be able to take a short rest before we descend?
A short rest is an hour, so that's up to you.
It's not night yet, or it is becoming.
It is night. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's night, but the ship itself is lit.
Okay.
So
we're not like in the dark.
The closer you get to the ship, the less in the dark you'll be.
Fair. Okay.
Well, it sounds like no. So I'm ready to go down.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not here for or against.
As you make your
No, I was going to tell the guys, if we get down to the ship, the wind will make camp for the night, maybe, or go in. We'll decide when we get there.
On our way down, can Lael take a look around for any movement, anything like that?
Same.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm driving, so
yes, you can make perception checks if you're actively looking for signs of trouble or movement.
Can I do that while I'm driving, or was that be too much?
No, you can do it while you're driving.
Cool. I do have advantage on perception.
I'm sorry, Lael, what did you get? Sorry, Lael, what did you get?
Natural 1.
Natural 1. Okay, you got some snow in your face.
Wow, that's horrible. I got double 4s. That's
snowy goggles, frosting over on the goggles. Okay, none of you see anything untoward. I mean, other than the big giant spaceship looming in front of you. One thing you do notice, all of you, is that as you get closer to the ship, you begin to realize that its construction is completely bizarre and alien. It seems to be made out of materials that almost suggest it was grown like the shell of a hermit crab or something like that, as opposed to fashioned. But then there are also parts that are clearly constructed either out of wood or iron, blending seamlessly with the organic design. You assess what appear to be 3 different decks. The lowest deck is about 5 feet above the snow level. That's the lower deck. And then there's a mid deck and an upper deck, and they're each spaced about 20 feet higher than the one below. So all in all, this ship is soaring about 80 to 100 feet into the air when you include its sort of overall shell shape. The other thing you notice is that the ship is slightly canted toward you. So it's not sitting flush with parallel with the ground. It's tilted and leaning slightly in your direction.
As if it probably like crashed and landed like that, or
yes,
it seems something's okay.
Yes, and even though it's snowing quite heavily and snow has filled in some of its trail, it looks like it came down and skidded to a stop to where it is. Now, coming off the front of the craft appear to be these large ropey tentacles, as I described, and they're sort of splayed out and now being slowly kind of buried under the snow. But these things would have been at the front of the ship originally, and you don't know if they cushioned its fall or whatever, but they're not moving anymore. The ship, incidentally, kind of looks like that. So it's this weird cephalopodic, completely alien.
There are many things I've asked for in my life. That's not one of them.
Why not, though?
Yeah, what's up with that? But now it's completely at rest and very, very quiet.
Does there appear to be any tracks around it or anything?
Good question. Make a survival check.
That is a 12.
Can I join in on that or no?
Sure, yeah, you can absolutely do that.
That is a 25.
Okay, your 12 doesn't reveal any tracks. You're not surprised. Given the amount of snow falling right now, it wouldn't take long for tracks, say, like ones made by worms, to disappear, particularly with the blowing wind and the stirring wind. With a 25, however, Grobert, you're able to find something weird, a track unlike anything you have seen in nature before. It doesn't strike you as the kind of tracks that these multi-legged worm-like creatures would leave. Given how low they are, they would almost create troughs through the ground or through the snow when they move. This isn't a trough. It's more like a peak in the snow that runs for some distance, like the snow is sort of embossed in a weird way. creating a line. And it's a big sort of raised peak section of snow, suggesting something moving under the snow and kind of plowing it up as it burrows through the snow.
But
whatever it is, you think it must be pretty big.
Comparing that to the worms we've seen, this seems bigger than that. Those worms.
And which direction does it go?
It's when Grobert stumbles upon this track, it seems to, he'd have to follow it for some distance to really know where it goes, but at least one part, it goes up and out of the valley in one direction and kind of circles around the ship in the other. Now, whether it came from one direction and went the other or vice versa, you're not sure.
And he would start to speak about it, but you will see him like instinctively get down on all fours, like start sniffing and like looking at it, and he starts to follow it a little bit, and then realizes what he's doing and gets up. Something big is under. Well, was under here. Don't know where it is now though. That's bad.
Big like a worm?
Big like bigger than the worms we've already fought.
It's at that point when suddenly you hear a bah, 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 bah sound coming from the ship that echoes throughout the entire valley. It's so loud, you could probably hear it halfway up the mountains. And almost as suddenly as it starts, it stops. It seemed to come from deep inside the ship.
Is there any visible access points or damage or doors or something whole? Because I don't know what a door on this thing would look like, but something to maybe be able to access where we're at or somewhere located.
Yes, there are 3 points of access that you can see, and they are all outdoor decks. They all face forward, and they're sort of stacked one above the other. There is the main deck, which is about 5 feet up out of the snow, and it has this weird sort of organic railing enclosing it, and some sort of contraption covered with newly formed ice near its bow. That deck is the biggest deck. Then there is a smaller deck above it, about 20 feet above it, with another weapon-like contraption built on top of it. And then there is a third, even higher still deck, the sort of topmost deck. So these 3 decks essentially overlook one another. And they're set, one is, the next highest deck is set slightly back farther than the one below it, and then the highest deck is set even farther back from the 2 below it.
You said the lowest deck is between 80 and 100 feet from where the ground is?
The lowest deck is only 5 feet off the snow.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, the whole ship is about 80 to 100 feet tall.
Okay.
So looking at this, taking notes, eventually we'll be drawing this thing out, but thinking, is there anything in arcane or in history that might reveal anything now that we're closer and getting a good look at it that might jog anything?
Make an Arcana check.
All right. Here we go. That is going to be 17.
That's pretty good. It is clear that this was not fashioned by, any of the normal races you're accustomed to dealing with. The species that created this vessel is clearly alien, highly intelligent, very, very sophisticated. With your role, you think there were very few monstrous species, or any species really, from legends or history or your teachings, that would be able to build something like this or have the inclination to do so, other than mind flayers. And they are you've probably never encountered one, but you've read many fearful accounts of them to know enough about them that they should be, a confrontation with one should be very, very, very deftly handled, because they are brain-eating monsters.
Realizing what I think this is, you'll see Remy just shiver in a little bit of fear, kind of. I don't know if I'm accurate or not, but I think we're in trouble. Whoever built this ship, if it is a ship, this might be a mind flayer ship. I don't know for sure, but I think, yeah, we're in trouble. Well,
I don't really know what a mind flayer is, but that's 100% above my pay grade.
I think they eat brains, and they have tentacle things. I don't know for sure, but yeah, they're smart. Is what I recall.
You also know that they're known for turning other creatures into their thralls and disturbing things like that.
They enslave everything.
So
Bad juju.
We can assume they intentionally hurt the people in town then.
Yeah, is that somebody
They
we
don't
wanna-
need our help. They need to be stopped.
Exactly.
I think that is what we are. Yes. Everyone in agreement?
Agreement.
Agreed.
Well,
now you had mentioned something about doors or other access portals. You notice as you've been surveying the ship and coming to some conclusions that the lowest of the decks, the main deck, the big deck, not only is 5 feet above the snow and relatively easily accessible, you also see that it's been covered with fresh snow because of all the snow that's falling. You notice that at the back of the deck, you can make out what appears to be a double door. You can't tell what substance it's made out of, but it looks weird and unnatural. But it's tucked under the 2 decks above it, so you didn't spot it immediately, but you finally do catch sight of it.
What's the plan?
Robert just looks at Chamomile, and Chamomile has seen this look before for sure. He says, "Am I going to have to do it?"
Everyone is coming with their own experiences.
Exactly.
I say to Robert, in the man's voice from the tavern, "Yes, ever since last night, I can't get the noise out of my head."
Okay, well, not now, but when I need you, just, stay back.
I give Robert's leg a hug, and make a kind of like throwing motion with my arm. And while holding on to him, I wild shape into a spider.
Little spider?
Little spider.
Clinging to Robert?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Creepy.
And I'm assuming that was a get you onto the ship.
Please.
Yeah. He sees, he just lets the spider like crawl up into his hand. And then he was just like,
You huck the spider onto the deck of the ship. The spider goes into the snow.
Somewhere in the recesses of Camomile's mind, there's just the sound of the ship going, eh, eh, eh.
Mm-hmm.
Chamomile is going to try and climb up to the second deck, the mid deck.
Okay, so making your way along sort of the snow, which you're as light, being as light as you are, you could practically walk across the snow.
Could I roll a self check?
Absolutely.
I forgot. I almost didn't do that. 19.
Okay, stealthy little spider. What are the rest of you doing after Robert hucks the spider onto the deck of the ship?
Leo will put her hand on Belcher's shoulder and say, "What do you think about all of this?"
I think we got to get in there and destroy it.
Have you ever seen anything like this? I don't know what we're looking at.
No. But it doesn't belong here.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's hurting the people, the humans.
Sparkle, what do you think?
Well, it's not our job, but it's also not our job.
Sorry. I didn't mute fast enough.
So, I mean, we could not. Mm.
And she just, Leia will just kind of make direct eye contact with Shadows.
Shadows will say, listen, guys, if we can help these people that are suffering, I think we have to. And like my good friend Meg told me, if it's got more than 2 tentacles, it's not good.
While this is going on, the little spider is very stealthily making his way across the snow, gets to the wall of the ship so they can climb up its icy surface toward the second deck. Let me just look at my map very quickly here.
It's got maps.
I do. All right, so it's a slow climb for a tiny little spider. 20 feet of, is a huge distance for one so small. But when you get to the top and through the gaps in the railing that encloses this deck, you can see that you are looking into a chamber that essentially this deck has a cowl over it, and then it sinks deep back into the ship. And there is a device which looks vaguely like a ballista mounted up here. You can see that ice has formed on it. But past it, gazing into this interior space, you are struck by the alienness of it, the fact that it looks like almost like an organic throat or gullet, and has fleshy bits embedded in its otherwise rigid walls. What else do you see? A number of things. There are ballista bolts mounted to racks near these walls, waiting to be used. You can also see that there is there are stairs leading both up and down in the middle of this space behind the ballista. Beyond the stairs is a door that doesn't look like any aperture you've ever seen before. It looks like a fleshy sphincter, for lack of a better term.
Definitely go that way. Definitely.
I was thinking in my head, I wonder if there's going to be a handle somewhere on like a door or something. And I don't want there to be a handle on a sphincter. Is there any like good place for me to tie a rope to, say on the fleshy railing or on the fleshy ballista?
The ballista itself is not fleshy; it's a mechanical device.
Okay.
And you can definitely it's affixed to the deck, so it's not going to go anywhere. It would be a perfect thing to tie off to.
Do I see anything moving on this part of the deck?
You do not, but make a perception check.
Cool. That is going to be a 23.
You notice two things. One, you think the ballista is gnomish in design. It's big though, but it's basically an over-engineered gnomish contraption with dials, knobs, levers, festooning the gunner's station. You can see what appear to be some sort of panel as well with what might be script. You can't tell because there's snow on it. And yeah, you can see it looks very, very elaborately constructed. The other thing you notice with your roll is that there is noise coming from the deck below, coming up the staircase, but it defies categorization. It sounds like something kind of banging around, lumbering around, but whatever it is, it's not natural, and you don't think it has just 2 legs.
How big are those stairs?
They are about 5 feet wide, both the one going up and the one going down.
Okay. I guess I will drop my wild shape form.
Okay.
And using my rope, I'm going to try and tie it to the ballista.
Done.
And then toss the other end of the rope down to the first deck.
Okay. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. And so you've got this 20-foot long stretch of rope vertically down to the deck below with some extra rope at the bottom.
Leaning over, looking at the party, I'm just going to hold a finger to my beak and just...
And the rest of you saw him throw the rope from the second deck down to the first.
No other motion, right?
Seeing that, Robert knows that that's 100% don't say anything. Like, be as quiet as possible. And Robert will attempt to get on this rope and climb up.
Okay. So first thing you have to do is just climb up onto the main deck.
The main deck, yeah.
Which is just pulling yourself up, heaving yourself up onto the
Yeah,
main deck. Yeah, easily done. Once you get up there, you trudge over to the rope, you grab onto that, and you begin to climb up to the second deck. Anybody else?
I'm trying to do this all quietly as well.
Yeah, in that case, just make a stealth check. You're actually, I'm going to give you advantage, and because of the howling wind, it sort of helps cover the noise of, you know.
We have a merciful DM, y'all.
Yes, yes.
Because he's going to destroy us later.
And while we're waiting for Robert to roll, just heads up, we've got some extra rolls. I'm gonna say, hey, there are 8 of them. Everybody gets 1, including me.
Oh.
Ooh, that is a 14 for me.
So use it or lose it. 14 is quiet enough. Nobody can
Good
hear
enough.
you over the sound of the howling wind.
Great.
Yeah,
And you're able to pull yourself up, and now you and the Kenku are up on the second deck.
Yeah, I'm going to follow.
Okay.
I'll follow as well.
If you care to be stealthy, go ahead and make stealth checks. You have advantage.
I have disadvantage, so I'd probably just roll normally.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Leo will bring up the rear.
Okay.
After Remy gets to how far of a distance is the first deck to the second deck where the rope is?
20 feet.
I'm sorry?
20 feet.
Okay. He Misty steps up to the top.
Shadows is going to Misty step up as well.
Because climbing is not his thing.
There we go.
I had a 15 on my stealth.
Good. Nobody
Me
hears
too.
you. Good. Awesome.
10 for Leo.
Outstanding. You're
Yeah.
all very stealthy.
Yeah.
When you get up to the second deck. And as I said before, as you all sort of are standing on this deck, you can see this over-engineered gnomish contraption with the rope tied to it. Then you see 2 staircases going up and down, and then you see a sphincter-like door at the back of this interior space. One thing you do notice is that even though this chamber is open to the elements because of the open deck, once you get into the chamber, it's actually pretty warm. This ship is putting out a lot of heat. In fact, you can see heat rippling out of vents in the walls to try to keep this space warm.
Can Leo put a hand on the wall to see if she feels anything?
Yeah, you can feel that the wall almost has a pulse. And it sort of, it moves ever so slightly. And when you look very closely at the wall, between the sort of hardened structures that provide the actual bracing for the ship, the more fleshy, dark parts of the wall have veins in them. And you can see some sort of liquid substance coursing through those veins. Leo
will lean down to Belcher and say, just whisper very quietly, "I do not like this."
You hear a clatter noise come from below, like somebody just dropped something.
Can we tell where it's coming from?
Yeah, it's coming from the deck underneath you. It's coming up the staircase. There's a staircase going up to the third deck and a staircase going down to the interior of the first deck.
And it sounds like something's coming our way.
No, it just sounds like somebody on the lower deck dropped something. And it just kind of like pots and pans. It's got that sort of sound like multiple metal things hitting the floor.
Grobber like holds his hand up and like he's going to lean like just closer, and he's going to really try to figure out what exactly dropped and like if there's any footsteps. He's like using his keen hearing to figure out exactly what's down there.
Make a perception check.
I got that. I say then I'm probably going to get a natural 1, but I have advantage and I'm going to get double 1s.
Now that you're saying it out loud.
Exactly. That is an 18.
It sounds to you like somebody who was carrying something tripped, like maybe over a chain, and fell and dropped a bunch of metal appliances that they were holding.
We must be careful.
And our only way out of here is through the sphincter door at this point?
No, you've got many avenues. Apart from leaving the way you came, you've got a staircase up leading to the interior of the third deck. You've got a staircase down leading to the interior of the first deck. And you've got the sphincter door in the back wall.
Do we think do we think that clutter is important enough to go back down? I'm asking the group.
Chamomile looks.
Sorry, go ahead.
Chamomile looks at you and says, "Research."
That is a good point.
And we know that the third deck was technically the biggest deck. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, my dog was barking, so I muted myself. The main deck, the first deck is the biggest. You're on the second biggest. The third biggest is the top deck.
Okay, so maybe we should go down. It might be helpful to figure out what it was, just in case we get ambushed or something. I'm not sure.
Remy, being the opportunist that he is, he's also looking around. Is there any writings or anything? And through this course, he's going to look at writings because, due to one of his packs, he can read all writing.
You look around, you can see that there is no writing on the walls.
Okay.
There are no furnishings in this room to speak of. There are racks containing ballista bolts, but the gnomish ballista has what appears to be writing on it.
Okay.
And when you look at this writing, it's not like anything you've ever seen before. Imagine, if you will, a braille-like script of embossed dashes and dots arranged in sort of small square patterns of like 4 bars or 4 dashed bars, and kind of arranged in this kind of perfect rectangular formation. When you look at it, because it is like Braille, it is a script that you would, that a creature would have to touch to interpret. But based on the technical reading of your ability, you can kind of figure out what it is. And it is an instruction manual for firing the ballista. And it's complicated.
Okay. I will note it for further research.
Okay. Now, this language, you have never seen its like before. But obviously it tells you something about the creatures that use it, that they basically use a tactile written language.
So are we heading down?
There's more of that sort of disturbance from below. the noise. It doesn't strike you as, it strikes you as noise made by creatures moving around in a crowded space and oblivious to your presence, clearly, because they're kind of knocking around and doing their own thing. It's silent. The staircase above you, there's no noise coming from it. There is ambient noise coming from the ship itself, but mostly it's just creaks and groans as it shifts slightly.
It sounds like they aren't alerted to our presence down there. So maybe kicking that hornet's nest right now isn't the best idea.
Chamomile is going to stealthily climb up the stairs.
Okay, make a stealth check.
I don't like that number at all. 15.
That's not bad. So you quietly move up the stairs. The stairs don't creak. They're made of sort of an iron-like material, very sturdy, very secure, bolted heavily, so they weren't affected by the crash at all. You climb the stairs and you come up into a chamber. You're now on the 3rd deck, the topmost deck, just so you know. It's a spacious chamber, about the same size, maybe a little bit smaller than the one you've just climbed up out of. It's got a very high ceiling. It's got a domed shape, and suspended from the ceiling is a complex lattice of bioluminescent jellyfish that use the glowing tips of their tendrils to form constellations. In the middle of the room, on the floor, which the staircase sort of comes up behind, is a high-backed chair with short armrests capped with sparkly blue crystal orbs. And this chair is kind of tilted up and back so that it's, if you were to sit in it, you'd be looking up at the jellyfish display of constellations. Now, a panel on the starboard side of the vessel lies open, like it's been removed, exposing a pulsing tendril of flesh embedded with crystal shards. This room is not, oh, by the way, in addition to that, you see that there in front of the chair, against the wall that it faces, I should say, against the front of the ship, is a door, another sphincter door. There is also a sphincter door behind you. So there are 2 door exits from this level. You would guess that the one in front of you leads out to the topmost deck. The one behind you leads somewhere deeper into the ship. But this room is not unoccupied. Fortunately, you're super stealthy, or at least your 15 is high enough that you do not alert the creature in this room, who seems to be busy making repairs to a damaged section of the floor about 5 feet away from the chair. It's got its back to you. It's short, maybe about 3 feet tall, and wearing a cowled robe with its back to you. And you can see it's using some sort of tool that's emitting a thin beam of light that's giving off sparks. It seems to be engaged in a repair of some kind.
All right. Oh, God. The urge to run in there is high. All right. Chamomile is going to slowly crawl back down the stairs.
Yeah. As you do that, you can see that the creature was totally engrossed. They sort of stopped doing what they were doing with that light, and they pull out some other device that makes a sound, and it's just sort of using it, completely unaware of your presence as you slip back down.
Oh, these sounds are gifts, aren't they?
Can I ask a probably unnecessary point of clarification? And I never thought I would say the sentence in my life. Are they more metallic sphincters or fleshy sphincters?
Can't.
They are rubbery, fleshy sphincters.
I did not think of that category. Okay. Okay.
It got worse.
Pretty much.
And actually, They're actually a little mucusy too. So
Oh, good.
Oh,
Thank
You
you
got
for
us
that
3
gift.
more
is a
adjectives that
gift.
we didn't want.
That is
Yeah.
a gift that will keep on giving. Thank you.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Gift is a weird way to say curse.
Yes. So now that you're all back together, do you bring your companions up to speed on the horrors you have just seen?
Poorly, yes. All that Chamomile can really do is go bring his hood up, turn his back to them, and go.
That's the problem with a Kenku, is he's not good at giving info.
That's the best part of being a Kenku.
Okay, sorry, my mistake.
Looking at my vocabulary list of things to pull on. Pay grade? And pointing up.
Oh, if we get up, we'll get money.
Yeah, there's money up there.
No,
Sweet.
no. What Chamomile's saying is, when things are above our pay grade, as we've said multiple times, apparently something up there is above that, probably by a lot.
Chamomile looks at Robert and shakes his head and goes, and turns around and goes, woo, 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 and then like takes a step back and goes, and makes the sound much quieter, but goes.
But we probably can get them off guard. I did it.
Chamomile holds his hand up for a high five.
Probably really hard. So it doesn't know we're something, whatever it is, doesn't know we're down here. So we can get the jump on it.
But do we want to, or do we want to ignore it?
Well, if there's a sound upstairs, if there's a sound downstairs, and there's a person upstairs, I don't think we're ignoring anything unless, and he points to the fleshy, I'm not going to say the S word, unless we go that way.
That is the one way you haven't gone yet.
You mean the sportle?
The sportle.
I do have an idea. Shadows will tell the group on how to open that door if we need to.
You can always try and touch it.
As no one says a word.
Yeah, no one's volunteering.
But if we do, I will need Chamomile's assistance.
You can see a tear just forming Chamomile's eyes. And he just sighs resignation.
Well, I mean, if I do anything, if I attack, everyone will know we're here. So I don't know where that puts our options, but it's very loud.
Shadows will agree if everything I have is not quiet.
Idea?
Are you saying you have an idea, or you need an idea?
Pointing. He's asking what the idea is.
If you guys would like, I will attempt to open the portal door. Unless there's an objection from the.
Have we figured out that it's a portal?
Well, I didn't want to say fleshy, moist sphincter, so I went with portal.
Okay, the sportle, the sportle. Yes. I mean, Robert just.
When you approach the sportal, you see it is sticky, but obviously because it's a sphincter, it's got seams between it. It doesn't open on its own like a Star Trek door does when you approach it, though. It's still closed.
And there's no visible like levers or buttons or anything on the wall.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to pay for this in real life, but so I'm going to ask Chamomile if I can just take one feather off of Chamomile.
Chamomile very awkwardly turns his head and plucks a feather and holds it out.
So Shadows will take it and try to tickle the portal and see if it opens.
All right, everybody, you guys are getting your money's worth on this.
Yeah,
one.
right? That was,
yeah. Okay, you give it a tickle and the portal snaps open. When it does, it reveals a chamber beyond that is got a very weird shape to it. It's kind of an intermediary chamber between this one and another sphincter door about 10 feet across from this one. But this chamber's kind of got wings. So it's a little bit wider than it is deep. And I'll just read what's in here, save myself some trouble. Crystals protrude from the chitinous ceiling of this oddly shaped room. Some of the crystals are lit and others are flickering or burned out. Plates of chitin have been pried loose from the walls in places, exposing cavities filled with tangled masses of black tubes. Scattered across the floor are unusual looking tools. There is a creature in this room that turns around quickly when the door opens. And you see it first because you're standing in the doorway. It is a 3 foot tall humanoid-ish with a head that's purplish and octopoidal with 4 stubby tentacles coming out of the lower part of its face. And it glistens and gleams its skin in the light. It's wearing a robe with a hood, but of course the hood can't disguise these alien features. And it has a tool in one hand that it's just sort of holding as it turns to face you. Meta speaking wise, you're looking at a 3 foot tall mind flare.
Baby Illithid, much like Baby Yoda, but cuter.
Yeah, it's
made from like a gnome.
Yes, exactly. Imagine a gnome that was turned into a mind flare.
Yeah.
That is what's confronting you now.
I love this so much.
I need everybody to roll initiative at this point.
This is a gift of a game. Thank you.
Okay.
I can see your concerns about PG-13 at the beginning.
Mhm.
All right, Remy.
11.
11. Shadows.
7.
7. Sparkle.
13.
Sorry, what?
13.
13. Lael.
That is a natural 1, so that is a 5 for Lael.
Okay. Belcher.
10.
10. Chamomile.
21.
21.
I don't like this.
Robert.
19.
Nice. All right. Shadows, you're standing in the doorway. This creature just hasn't taken any action yet, but is aware of your presence. Do you want to do anything immediately, even though you're not first in initiative?
We'll look at it and count the tentacles on its face. And once he gets past 2, he'll just turn around to the group and say, Meg's rule, it's bad, it's bad.
Okay. In that case, Chamomile, what do you do?
I'm just going to wonder at just the idea of this person looking at this thing going, 1, 2. No, it's not good.
Yeah. Now you haven't actually seen the creature yet because it's inside the room. You can just tell from Shadows' expression that horror. He has seen the true face of horror and he doesn't like it.
Gotcha. Okay, then can Camille poke his head through the opening?
Yes.
That's okay.
Yeah, the sphincter portal is basically an oval about 5 feet wide and 8 feet tall, so there's plenty of room.
Okay, so I poke my head through this portal, and how far away is this thing from the opening of this portal?
It's up near one of the side walls to your left, about 10 feet away.
Okay, then I am going to take out my deck here, and I'm going to cast Frostbite on it. It has to make a con save or take 1d6 points of cold damage, and has disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll it makes.
All right, it rolled an 8 on its con save.
Cool, that's going to be a fail. Since I'm casting at 5th level, it's 2d6 instead. So it takes 4 points of cold damage and has disadvantage on the next attack roll.
Okay, good to know. And this spell, does it just kind of give it the shivers kind of thing? Like it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you see it sort of tremble as it succumbs to as it is overcome by the sudden cold. It doesn't like that very much, you can tell. You have movement left, so you could withdraw from the doorway, or you could go further into the room if you wanted.
Chamomile is going to immediately duck out of the way of this portal opening, so that he breaks line of sight with this gnome flare.
All right,
just
Robert.
And forgive me, how far away is the gnome thing from us?
Well, if you go to the door, which is about 5 feet away, it's about another 10 feet inside the room.
Gotcha. And he's going to walk forward that 5 feet, and he's going to see the gnome flare and instantly nope, but then look back at Chamomile and say, okay. And it's a reminder, he is a pale green with gray hair. And all of a sudden you see him just close his eyes and things start to bulge. And he's like, as he instantly turns into a lichen form. And drops the staff that he had in his hand. It's on the ground and just rushes forward and to
okay. You see the little mind flayer's eyes get really wide as you lumber toward it.
Yep, okay. First attack is, what is that, a 13?
A 13 is not a hit. He gets out of the way of that.
Okay. Second attack is a 16.
Okay. That is a hit. And you do have that extra roll, by the way, just so you don't forget.
Oh, you're right. I'm going to use that for the first attack.
All right. So that would be 2. Go ahead and make another roll then.
So I'll roll it just to make sure. That's a 19 on the die.
Yep.
I wish it's a crit, but it's not.
2 hits.
So there's 2 hits. So that's going to be, each is 1d6 plus 4. That's 7. Great. That's 15 points of slashing damage.
Ow.
At them, and he just like roars in its face.
Okay. You start tearing through its robe into its flesh. You start smacking it around. It's a small creature, so it's not hard to smack around. You can see that it is wearing sort of a chitinous breastplate underneath its robe that seems to be trying to deflect some of the damage, but without any success.
Okay.
And then, let's see. Next up is its turn. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Huh. Fascinating. All right. Its face tentacles sort of flare out a little bit, and it emits a psychic blast in a cone that hits you and Shadows. I need both of you to make intelligence saving throws.
Yeah, I literally told this to Josh. I was like, thank God I'm playing an intelligence-based character, so I have proficiency in intelligence saving throws.
Nice.
That's a 17 on the die. That's 21.
That's a success.
7 for Shadows.
Shadows, okay. On a success, nothing happens. You feel the psychic energy wash over you. Shadows, you take 22 psychic damage.
Oof. And
you are stunned. So you're just reeling in the doorway at the moment. All right.
Shadows looks bad.
The little mind flayer is a bit aghast that it didn't stop this crazy creature from right directly in front of it from remaining a threat. And so all it does for the remainder of its turn is it pulls something out from its robe. But it can't do anything with it on this turn. But what you see, Grobert, in its hand is like no weapon you've seen before, except it bears a slight resemblance to the gunslingers device.
I'm sorry, I'm not about to get shot by a gnome slayer. Gnome slayer, just not in my contract.
Yeah, but the weapon, this weapon sort of is kind of a weird, bulgy, unshapely thing that that gnome's carrying in one hand. But anyway, that's its turn, which brings us to Sparkle. Now, Sparkle, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Your bear couldn't climb a rope, so I'm just curious. Did you leave the bear downstairs? Like
I would
out
have
in the
left the
snow?
bear.
Okay, just
But-
checking.
But that won't stop me from pulling another little fuzzy ball out of my bag of tricks
Fair.
that has
Yeah.
multiple charges and throwing it at the little mind flayer.
Yes, you peek your head into the room, you throw this ball of fur, and what do we get?
A giant hyena.
Jesus. Okay, well, the hyena is probably about like 7 feet tall, so that's taken up a huge amount of space in this room, but that's pretty scary.
And the giant hyena will attack him.
Okay.
That's super great.
There's no mind flayer didn't wake up this morning and think, you know what my day's going to be like?
11.
11 is a miss.
That would have been amazing.
Does it have any more attacks?
I think he only has one per round.
Okay. All right, but there is a big hyena. Something
There's
else
a
for the
giant
little,
hyena.
something else for the little Saramorph to worry about. Okay, Remy Owlbear. Currently, Shadows is standing in the doorway with Sparkle beside him. You hear the laughing of the hyena as it tries to rip into the enemy's flesh. Grobert, you don't know, well, you saw Grobert transform. What do you do?
If I can move into not directly into the doorway, but back behind it to get a line of sight on the creature inside. And I'm welling up in that voice and just saying, first contact isn't what you expected. First contact isn't what you were expected. Too bad you're going to be slaughtered. And vicious mockery it. So
Okay.
looking at saving throw, wisdom, or psychic damage.
Okay, it made its wisdom's not bad. 17?
Yeah, that makes it completely.
Okay. Not understanding the intent of your vicious mockery, probably thinks you're actually trying to
woo it.
Yeah, well, or call off your friends or something. You're not sure. But anyway.
Then looking at the other stairwell, I'm actually going to keep an eye on that stairwell and pull out my quarterstaff.
Good call. Okay, and then we come to Belcher.
Yes, I'm going to step into the doorways and then say, I thought they were supposed to be taller. The object he has in his hands, is it metal?
It is.
And then I'm going to cast Heat Metal at a 3rd level spell, which is going to do 15 points of fire damage as that object heats up, and then
Holy crap.
and then I need to for him to make a Constitution saving throw, or he'll drop it.
Okay, he rolled an 8.
Yep, he dropped it.
Okay, he lets go of the searing hot weapon in his hand and cradles his burnt palm. 15 is a lot of damage. It probably would have literally burnt the flesh clean off his hand. In fact, the flesh is probably still stuck to the handle of the weapon. It just he doesn't so much as drop it as he just kind of lets it go.
Slide.
And it just kind of slides off his hand with his flesh and lands with a wet flap on the floor.
And that is the end of my turn.
Well, that's a pretty good turn. And then, so right now, it has taken quite a bit of damage. It looks like it's lost more than half of its health, which brings us to Lael. Now, Lael, the doorway is pretty crowded, but you could sneak in there.
And I probably would have seen, because it's so crowded, would I have seen most of this go down?
You wouldn't have seen it. You would move up to the door now and see the current state of things.
Okay.
That there's this little creature plus a big hyena and your friend Robert all likened out.
Okay. So between getting up to the doorway and looking at the distance between me and it, would I be able to get to it with my 30 feet of movement?
Yes.
So I will, and let me know how much I get away with this. I want to rush it and try and grapple it.
Oh, okay.
With the intent, I do have manacles. That's why I said how much you let me get away with, because I don't normally get away with this, of also getting the manacles on it on this turn.
Well, you can bring your manacles out as you move.
Gosh, it's like that every DM tells me that and I don't understand.
And so you're good. You can absolutely do that, but you have to succeed on the grapple check. So it is a strength athletics check.
All right, all right, all right. Okay, that will be, nope, I'm gonna use my reroll.
Okay.
First one was a 7. 13.
You are successful.
Okay, but
Okay.
I cannot, go ahead.
And so you have now grappled it. That's your action. So if you maintain the grapple, i.e. if it doesn't escape, you can then use your next action to basically shackle it.
I do have 2 attacks as a fighter.
Oh, well, you have 1 attack action. These are not both attacks.
I understand.
Yeah.
This is my moment because you're telling me I love it. Okay, nope,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah. If you're just making another attack, that's fine. But you didn't attack the first time. You used your action to make a grapple check.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm grappled.
Now, one thing you can do is you can basically hand the shackles off to somebody next to you, and they can use their action to then take your shackles and shackle it.
Could I have sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Could I have handed them off to, and I, give me a second, Belcher.
Well, you could choose to hand them off to somebody right now, or you could just hang on to them until somebody gets close enough, and then they could just take the manacles off you and shackle it. Gives you more flexibility if you just hang on to them.
Okay, then I'll hang on to them.
Okay. We're back at the top of the initiative order with Chamomile.
All right. Chamomile is going to roll a perception check. I'm going to roll a perception check. Do I hear any movement from downstairs?
Fair question. From downstairs, you do hear more of that clattering noise, but it doesn't seem any more ominous than it did before, i.e. it's not like somebody's coming up the stairs. Okay.
Then he is going to pop his head back over and use Frostbite on the gnome flare again.
Okay. And you said that's a saving throw, correct?
Yep, Constitution.
On. Okay. He didn't roll well. I'm actually going to use my extra roll to help him out here. Oh, he rolled a nat 20 on that one. So that will be a 21.
Yeah, that's a pass.
Okay. Ooh. Okay, so he doesn't get the chills again. Do you want to do anything else?
I'm just looking on the stairwell.
Okay. Robert, you're in this thing's face. You can see it's been grappled by Lael.
So here's the thing, and I never want to be counterproductive to what the group is doing. And I see he would have saw the manacles, the shackles, but he is literally a feral lichen right now. So he's going to attack it.
Okay.
3 times, as I can do it with my bonus action as well.
Oh my God. Okay.
This
is gonna be pretty.
Yeah, like he's just ready to destroy.
Is that advantage because it's grappled?
Yes. You have advantage on all your attacks.
Good to know. Yeah. First attack is a, what is that? Come on, go back to my actions. First attack is an 18.
18 is a hit.
Okay, that does. I have Savage Attacker, so I'm gonna reroll my damage die on that one. It's worse. Okay, that's 5 points of damage for the first one.
Okay.
Second attack at advantage. is a 17 to hit.
Yep.
Let me check wording on something. Is it once per turn or once per hit? Once per turn. Okay. Oh well. Okay. That hits for another 6 points of damage.
Okay.
Third attack at advantage. He is a 15 to hit. These are not good rolls.
That is a miss.
Okay.
Okay. It is still alive, but not doing well at all. Okay. On its turn, oh boy, it's not even going to try to break the grapple because it's so small and so weak. But while it's grappled, it can still do things. It is going to cast a spell. This spell does not require components, so it can do this.
Oh gosh. Psionics.
It is going to target the raging killing machine that's ripping it to pieces. Okay. You see well, it's not even a visual effect. It's more like a psionic intrusion into your brain, trying to beguile you into servitude. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, Robert.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Well, 14.
All right. You are now under the effects of a dominate monster spell. So you are charmed for the duration of the spell, whatever that is. If you or creatures that are friendly to you are fighting it, you have advantage on the save. So go ahead and make another roll.
I rolled another 11 on the die, so that's a 14.
Who knows? Okay. You are now in telepathic contact with this creature, and it is now issuing commands to you, which you do your best to obey. And it tells you to attack the one that's grappling it. Now, you've already used all your actions, so there's not much you can do right now. But you can see, those of you who are close enough to Grobert, aka Lael, you see that Grobert turns his murderous gaze toward you. And you know something's not right.
Just for visual, I picture him with looking like a skinny, creepy, very hairy, buff Grouch from Sesame Street with gray hair.
Yep.
That's growling at you.
All right. Now, Remy Albert, you had your staff out and were watching the staircase, right?
Yep.
Well, nothing comes up the staircase, but something comes down the staircase. Since you're within view of both staircases, you see both. You see another one of these short gnome creatures in a cloak with the cowl up, coming down the steps. And when it sees you and your companions, it mind blasts all of you.
Oh.
So everybody except Grobert and Lael have to make a intelligence saving throw.
Would this be a magic effect?
This is a magical effect.
Okay. I get advantage on this.
11.
11 for Sparkle.
I want to twist
14.
out there.
Sorry, who rolled a what?
Belcher rolled a 14.
14. Okay.
A 12 for Shadows.
12 for Shadows.
18 for Chamomile.
Good news, Chamomile.
Oh, thank God.
And how did Remy do?
13.
13.
So we're all taken by mind flayers. Cool, cool, cool,
Yeah.
cool.
So Remy, Shadows, Sparkle, Belcher, you all take 22 psychic damage.
Ouch.
And you are stunned.
Shadows is down.
Okay. That's it. And next up,
Get y'all rerolls.
that was that. It was so. Sparkle, it is your turn. You're stunned. You can't do anything, but at the end of your turn, you can
My
repeat the
hyena
saving.
can.
Yes, your hyena can. Go ahead and do your hyena stuff.
So my giant hyena is going to attack. That is 15.
You have advantage, so you may roll
Oh.
again.
That's worse. It's 10.
Okay. That does not get through its chitinous breastplate armor.
Hyena.
So that doesn't do anything. But Sparkle, at the end of your turn, you can repeat the saving throw that you just made to try to end the effect. It's an intelligence save.
10.
Okay, you are still stunned, I'm afraid. Next up is Remy Owlbear. You too can repeat the saving throw at the end of your turn to end the stunned condition.
All right. Strangely enough, this character seems to be destined for this adventure because he is wearing a ring of mind shielding, and it so happens that why he's giving advantage on his intelligence or his save, which that will be a 16.
That is successful. You are no longer stunned.
And action. So are fully actions available? I'm sorry.
No, you make the save at the end of your
Okay.
turn. So you're basically free, but done.
Okay.
And that brings us to Belcher.
All right.
Also stunned. Gets to make a saving throw.
That was a 2. I'm gonna do a reroll.
Okay, good.
That is a 15.
That is enough. You are no longer stunned at the end of your turn. Next up is Shadows, who's also stunned.
I think I need to do a death save, actually.
Oh, right. Let's do that first because that's the start of your turn.
All right. 11.
Okay, that's one success. Now you can roll to see if the stun condition ends on your unconscious form.
All right. 17 on the.
Yes, it does. Okay. So if and when you come back into play, you will no longer be stunned. And finally, Lael, you have a grappled foe. Well, none of your friends came and got the manacles, so.
Nope, not too interested in the manacles at the moment.
You could slap those on now.
It doesn't seem to really be bothering it if it's got vocal somatic. So at this range, if I did draw the lieutenant and tried to shoot it, would that be it? If it's grappled, but at this range, would that be disadvantage or straight?
Disadvantage. But you're grappling it, so that cancels out.
Right, so straight?
So it's just a normal roll, yeah. Just pulling a gun to its head while you're grappling it and trying to blow its brains out.
Yeah, it's kind of didn't want to say that, but thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, gross.
Yeah, okay, give me 1 second.
Really quickly, just so you know, Chris, we do have 3 extra rerolls.
Oh, splendid. I'll take all of those.
How dare you?
Until such time as I decide to bequeath them.
Okay, nope. Okay, no, I'm just gonna do a straight shot. Oh wait, no, shoot. That would have been okay. Sorry, I rolled 2. 1. I'm gonna reroll. I'm just gonna reroll. I'm sorry. I was caught up in the moment.
I understand.
Nope, doesn't help anyway. That is a. No, actually, that might. 16. That's higher than I thought.
16 is enough.
Okay, that is. First shot is 5 plus 4, so 9 points of damage on the first.
Okay.
Do I have to make a save?
Are you in melee range?
Yeah.
Looking at you too, but I'm also like dominated.
And so is the hyena.
Okay. Yeah, they gotta make saves. Sorry, guys.
All right.
Look, right now, my goal is to bite your head off. So
That's true.
That's
So
only a
DC
13 for me.
Okay, DC 15. Great.
I failed.
Hyena
Cool.
9.
So they're both affected by whatever this is.
Fantastic. So this is explosive. So on a hit, it is 1d8 fire damage unless it is a DC of 15.
Okay, so they both take this. They both take a D8.
Yes, I'm trying to find my d8 in my sadness. That is a 5.
Okay, so
Five.
5 points of fire damage for each of you.
Okay.
Is it dead yet?
It is not dead yet, but you can
It is
see a
not
large
dead
part
yet.
of its skull is missing, and just this horrible fluid is rushing down its head all over you.
Cool. The second one.
Stares at you with one of its eyes sort of half hanging out of its socket.
That's fine. This is fine.
Yeah.
The one at the with the second one. Is there anybody around it?
There isn't, but you can't see it from your angle because it's in the other room and up the stairs.
No. Then I'll take my second action and shoot again
Oh, okay.
at the same one, which is
First you don't succeed.
no. 16.
That's gonna do it.
So the first bit of damage is 7 plus 4, so that's 11.
Yeah. So you just sort of last time you just sort of took off the back of its skull. This time you kind of stick it into its skull and you blow its head apart.
Awesome.
And that means the hyena and Robert have to make another saving throw, right?
Yes, they do.
Yeah. I got a 14.
Okay.
Awesome. Second.
Nina got 5.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So that is dang it. 7.
Okay. 7 hit points of damage. But hey, that little gnome is definitely dead at this point.
Can I see this? Can I see the second one, or would I be aware of the second one if I took any movement?
You could now use your movement to move to the door to look out and see the other one on the stairs.
I will do that.
Okay.
And you did say no one was around that one, right?
Correct.
I will take my action surge. That is a 17 plus 9, so 26 for the first.
Yes.
8 points plus 5 explosive.
Okay, that sort of blasts it back and knocks it on its butt on the staircase.
And with the action surge, do I get a second attack as a fighter for that, or is it just one attack?
Just the one attack.
Okay, then that is the end of my turn.
All right, so the second one is now wounded on the staircase. That was a good round, or a good turn. We're back at the top of the initiative with Chamomile.
So, I'm sorry to ask about, is Belcher the one making death saving throws right now?
That's Shadows.
Shadows?
That's Shadows, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. I am going to cast Gust of Wind, aiming the strong wind to pull the gnome flare towards us.
Oh, okay. Like blow him down the stairs toward you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It has to make a strength saving throw or be pushed towards us. 15
Okay,
feet.
it rolled a 3.
Yeah, it fails.
Okay, so this thing comes blowing down the stairs. I'm actually going to have you roll a d6 damage since it's being knocked down the stairs, basically.
5.
5. Ow. Okay, so yes, it goes tumbling down the stairs and is now prone at the bottom of the stairs, blown literally to Remy's feet.
I'm going to dip into the, I'm going to regret this phrase, the sphincter room.
Okay.
And I'm going to use my last point of Balm of the Summer Court to heal 1d6 to Shadows.
All right.
Please heal for 6.
Good stuff.
And he's not stunned.
Correct. All right. That is your turn. Robert, you have your last command to follow, but let me just double check the
Yeah,
spell.
is it still alive? If it's still
I gotta check to see if the spell dies with the caster. That's concentration, so you are no longer under its effect.
Ooh, okay.
That's good news.
Yeah, you would have saw Grobber just like
Especially after Lael just did 12 points of fire damage to him.
And once he can shake it off, he's gonna immediately sniff out the one that's on the ground because he has really good smell.
Okay.
And will just dart out of the room. Still probably growling at Lael. And will take. Well, as he rushes by, you see that he rakes like a part of his body with his claws as he activates his Crimson Right as a bonus action. And I activate it on that claw because I can do that. And then I take two swipes at the downed prone Mind Flare, which is advantage.
It is indeed.
Big money, big one, no whammies, no whammies. Yeah. That is a 19 to hit.
19 is a hit.
Okay. That is great. Plus okay. That is for the first attack, that is 10 points of slashing plus 3 points of fire damage.
Okay. Bloodied.
Then the second attack is a natural 20.
Oh no. Okay.
What are your rules for natural 20s?
So rules are all dice roll twice, leave the bonus alonus.
I'm going to use that. I mean, that gets two easy. I don't add anything else to it. Okay. Wow, I'm going to re-roll one of those dice as my savage attacker. Okay, it was a 1. Great. That is another 10 points of slashing damage.
Okay, it is pretty torn up, but still alive. And it's its turn.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course, and I'm right there. Of course.
That's all right. It has used its Mind Blast already. It is... Robert, it is going to pick itself up and hurl itself at you bodily and attempt to attack you with its face tentacles. Rolled a 21.
Yeah, that hits.
14 plus 7. All right. It grapples onto you with its tentacles, does 15 psychic damage.
Why did I think that wasn't going to be psychic?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it has latched its tentacles onto your face.
I just want you to know that as that happened, if anybody could see Robert's eyes, he just went bloodshot as I went into a bloodlust.
Nice. Now I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
That is, wow, math at 10:35 p.m. That is 16.
Okay. You can see that the psychic damage was almost overwhelming to you, like it was trying to short circuit your brain and render you in a passive state while it was affixed to your face. But you were able to resist that, so you are not stunned. You're still grappled, but not stunned by the creature.
Okay.
And this little guy is now attached to your face, and that's all that he can do.
Disgusting.
Disgusting. And Sparkle?
So I am still stunned,
Yes.
I believe. But
You are currently the only stunned party member, but you have your hyena.
my hyena is not. So he is going to attack the other guy.
Okay.
That is a
Your
natural
hyena.
20.
Oh, nice. Okay. I was going to say you have advantage, but you don't have to even bother at this point. You got a crit.
And so let's all right. Ooh, this is fun. 22 plus. So that is 25.
Holy okay. Hyena tears this little guy off of Robert's face and just sort of bites it in half. And it falls in pieces.
Did he kill it?
Yes, he did.
That is the third kill for the bag of tricks.
Yes, bag of
Oh my
tricks
God.
doing really well. Yes, so both mind flayers are now dead.
Am I still stunned? Do I have to roll for that?
You do.
Okay. That's a 5, but I'm going to use my reroll.
Okay.
And that is a 19.
You are no longer stunned. And we are temporarily, at least for now, out of initiative.
Lael is going to reload because I was not tracking as much as I should have, but she will reload.
Okay. Now, I should point out there are a couple of things you see. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Critical Bard. Go ahead.
Right. You can still interrupt, but it's a character thing that like will be possibly bad. But he looks at because Chamomile's out there, right?
I'm right here.
Yeah, great. He looked at you and you've seen this look. I have to roll a wisdom save. And if I get under an 8, I have to attack the nearest person. I have under 22 points of health.
Could I cast a spell on him before he has to make a save?
You do have an act. Well, yes. If initiative goes, you would see this coming before he acts again. So
I use my last 3rd level spell slot to cast Enhance Ability to give Robert advantage on wisdom saving throws.
Mm-hmm.
On wisdom saving throws.
Great, because that was a 2.
Better?
No. I literally get thrown another 2.
Okay. Okay, so your nearest foe is probably the hyena, to be honest.
That's great. He has to attack it. And then I can make another check after I do this. Yeah, and I can choose to only attack once, and he would. That's a. I'm sorry, I'm killing the hyena. I'm sorry.
Oh no, we have so many hit points.
That's a dirty 20.
You're just Hulk punching the hyena.
That's a dirty 20.
Okay.
They killed the MVP.
And with my Crimson Right, that is 7 points of slashing and 6 points of fire. And then I will roll again. Okay, I'm fine. Ooh, one was a natural 1 though. Thank you for enhance ability. The other one was a 19. We're good. We're good. He's healing himself.
Hyena is still up. Giant hyena is still up.
All right, now we are truly out of initiative, unless the hyena wants to get it on with Robert.
How hurt do people look?
Shadows is not doing well,
Oh no.
but I do have 1 healing potion.
Okay.
I
know Grobert is rough looking. Yeah.
And Grobert has to heal, or he will continue to bloodlust. Which I'm not saying give it to me, but just know that it will continue.
I'm gonna give you my potion.
Give it to him.
I have a potion of healing. I can give to Robert.
Same.
Oh, whatever's easier.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you my potion of healing. That is 8 points of healing.
That's perfect. And I figure if you give it to him, I just like throw the entire thing down my throat and just chomp.
Did anybody give anything to Shadows?
Shadows just drank 1.
Okay.
He's slightly better, but still not great.
Well, that's the case.
Remy's hurting.
All right.
I'm gonna give Cure Wounds.
I can do a Cure Wounds as well.
Sweet. There's 2 people who can heal.
Yes.
Then I'll do 1 on Remy.
Okay.
That is gonna. Oh, I'm sorry. That is gonna be a 7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay. He's like, and then, yeah, he's. We'll see.
While this is going on, you guys can hear the clattering down on the deck below has just sort of continued. It sort of punctuates the silence occasionally, and a combination of rattling chains and dropped metal and banging around, but it's not getting any closer and it's not coming up the stairs.
Leo will toss her potion of healing to Remy.
Since I'm not pulling up, is it a 2d4 or what?
Potion of healing, 2d4 plus 2.
2.
Yep.
Okay. So 8 more points. Thank you. And he starts realizing that he takes it and he's like, oh, and then he realizes, he opens up his bag, digs around a little bit, pulls his out and goes and gives it back. So
That's funny. Robert's just natural reactions after like huffing at chamomile in a state of thank you. It's to run downstairs to see what it is.
Oh, okay. When you run down the stairs, calling my map. So
Running
just make sure.
downstairs.
Okay, that's to room 2. Here we go. So, you are running down into a darkened cargo hold that has sort of flickering lights caused by sparks that occasionally explode or fall from gashes in the walls and ceiling. Attached to the walls in this large cargo hold are 3 sets of chains and manacles designed to hold large creatures, but are currently holding none. You can see that the cargo hold is full of metal crates, barrels, and broken bits of equipment. Moving among the detritus are 4 creatures. 3 of them are small, repulsive, purple things that float above the ground and pull themselves across the floor using their oversized face tentacles. They look like degenerate, half sort of malformed versions of the creatures you just fought. Like, imagine a conversion process that would turn a gnome into a mind flayer gone wrong. Anyway, these 3 creatures are floating around, and they seem to be trying to catch or corner the 4th creature, which is a lumbering monstrosity made of stitched together parts from what can only be goblins, dwarves, and reindeer.
No, ma'am.
None of this sounds good. What are you?
But they're not having much luck. This flesh golem-like monstrosity thing seems to be outsmarting them, which is saying something.
This is not good.
I mean,
you think that 2 of those chains you see attached to the wall have kind of latches on the ends of them, which look like they may have held the 2 worm-like creatures. As for the 3rd chain, that one's even stronger and sturdier than the other 2. You don't know what that was chained to.
Loyal will say, damn it, and chase after them.
yeah, I mean, he's there.
They're not paying any attention to you as yet. You're just on the staircase watching this madcap scene unfold. The 3 elithid creatures seem to be more interested in controlling or containing this rampaging monstrosity.
Can we just shut the door and leave them be?
There is a hatch that you could put over the staircase.
I mean, I feel like none of these are good things.
But we don't want them to get out either.
Why we shut them in?
You could shut them in if you wanted to.
Chamomile is going to grab the guns.
Okay. Now, when you say the guns, you're talking about the ones that these 2 elithids dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that not only does each of them have this weird metal gun, which, by the way, has lights on it and what appears to be like a gauge, suggesting maybe like a lit gauge, suggesting how much power or ammunition it has inside of it. But they're made of sort of sleek, sculpted metal with trigger-like mechanisms. You can also see that one of them is carrying a black metal box about the size of a bar of soap. And it's got sort of an assembled look to it. The other one has a 6-inch long black metal rod with a button at the top.
Take the rod.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else on persons?
No.
Okay.
Is there any simple way to open the black box?
It doesn't have an easy opening mechanism, but you think it could be dismantled with some, fairly straightforward tools, like thieves' tools could be used to basically unscrew it. And but it is sort of screwed shut, and it looks like it's some sort of device, but you don't know what its purpose is.
I do have tinkerer's tools.
That would do. You'd have to dismantle it to get a sense of what it might actually do. And that would take, you think, about 10 minutes, tops.
Do I know that Lael has Tinker's tools?
Yeah, you would.
Okay. I'm going to go over to Lael and just hold the box up to her and make the woo 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 sound.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. And
Okay.
being that it's a gun type weapon, would you say I might have advantage?
So there's the gun, and then there's this device. They're two separate things.
I was just trying. Yeah,
Yeah.
then I will try and take a look at it.
Okay. So just go ahead. So the rest of you are just gonna let Lael kind of dismantle this device to kind of figure out what it does.
I'm gonna shut the door while she does that, so
That's
it
fair.
does not come
Okay,
out while
yeah.
it's used.
Yeah, you can essentially pull the hatch down over the staircase to seal it off, at least for now.
Yeah, and Grubber's just kind of breathing very gruffly, unsure if he should just rip through the door or wait. He's just kind of looking at Chamomile for verbal or nonverbal confirmation.
Certainly that horror of a monstrosity, that amalgamation of reindeer, dwarf, and goblin parts is that struck some fear into the fiber of your being. It's quite the menacing construct.
Yeah.
You've never seen anything quite so terrifying that will haunt your dreams. As you crack open, Lael, as you crack open the device with your Tinker's tools, you can now make an Intelligence Arcana check.
Wait, can I if I'm proficient in Tinker's tools, can I add my bonus?
You sure can.
Thank God, because that's 12.
Great. I will also let you have one of my 3 rerolls because that's not high enough.
Okay. Oh, that'll be 17.
Okay, you believe that this black metal box about the size of a bar of soap is designed to emit an audible clicking noise when the thing it is designed to detect is within 5 miles of it. What you can't ascertain is what it's designed to detect.
I will explain that and especially to both Remy and Shadows.
Okay. Now the other device that you found was the 6-inch long black metal rod with a button at the top of it.
Yes.
The pistols are pretty self-explanatory, Lael. You don't need to disassemble them to know how they work. You pull the trigger, something happens. What you don't know because you never saw them actually used, but.
Any idea what this wand and button might do based off of any language or any writing on it?
There's no writing on it whatsoever. You believe that it too can be dismantled and inspected on the inside.
Layla?
Yep.
Okay.
And as
sorry.
After I hand it over, I kind of move away from her a little bit, kind of within eye, but looking like what other areas we need to figure out and the next step. Like, okay, what are we going to do now?
Mm-hmm.
Camille is going to point towards the other portal we haven't opened on this floor.
Yes, the one that was deeper in the room where you killed the first illithid.
Y'all want me to check this before we move on?
Yeah.
Okay. Make another check for your adding your thieves tools bonus.
Nope. That's natural 1.
Okay. Do you want another one of my rerolls?
Of course I do.
There we go. I have one left.
That is a 16.
That is enough. As you sort of open this thing up, you believe that pressing the button causes the rod to emit a chirp, and that certain creatures that can hear the chirp are incapacitated by it.
I will explain that and hand it back to Remy.
You can also ascertain, by the way, with your roll that this device wasn't necessarily properly assembled, and you think it has a high degree of malfunction.
I'll explain that as well.
Thank you. All right.
I'm going to take one of the guns that I picked up, aim one at the illithid body, and fire.
All right. It emits a radiant beam of coalescent light that strikes and basically burns away a large portion of the remains. And then you see the little energy reading on the weapon itself just shrink a tiny little bit.
Chamomile looks at this and looks up at Grobert and makes the tiniest little gunshot sound.
When it's shot, you grab
Yes. Insert laser sound here.
Pew.
Seeing that Grobert is still like this, Chamomile is going to walk up and grab Grobert's hand and make it smell like chamomile around him.
And what's the last part you said?
Make it smell like chamomile tea around him.
He stays in this form, but he's content because I can be in this form for an hour. Just in case.
That is the duration of concentration for enhanceability.
Hey, good to know. But I'm also like intelligent in this form, so it's not like I'm
going to lead Grobert over towards the other sportal.
Okay. Are you going to tickle it open?
I can't. No, ma'am. I can't.
When you tickle open the door, you see a spherical room beyond. It contains a 5-foot diameter sphere of shiny black metal with small, transparent, hexagonal windows. Sharp metal tines resembling grasping claws protrude from the nearby walls and ceiling, stretching toward the sphere, but stopping short of it. Along the walls are low-mounted control stations studded with knobs and dials. And most of this room is dark except for occasional flickers of light from malfunctioning equipment.
Do I see the same binary language that was outside, or is there a different language or emitting in here?
You don't see any instructional language on any of the equipment, suggesting that the people who made these knobs and dials kind of know what they mean.
Okay.
The dark sphere looks like it's hollow because you could tell it's got windows, obviously, so you're able to look inside it if you were to get closer, but it's kind of dark inside right now. So you can't make out what it might or might not contain.
Walk in and dark vision and kind of get a better look at it and are just trying to figure out what all this room would be used for.
Okay. To ascertain its purpose, just make an Arcana check.
I will also say that he can't see well, but he knows the stuff is like glowing or whatever. It seems weird. And even if his form, he still can do things. He's going to wow, what's the word I'm looking for? He's going to detect magic. I can do that as a verbal.
Oh, okay. Certainly there is magic emanating from the sphere itself. It appears to be a magical contraption. And probably a fairly powerful one, so it's probably giving off quite an aura.
And I can tell what school of magic it is?
You would say transmutation.
Okay.
My first roll is a horrible roll, but I do believe I still have one re-roll. I don't believe I used it. So I reused that one and I have a 14.
Okay. You have no idea what the purpose of this room is, but when you peer into the windows of the black sphere, you can see that there's a containment chamber in there. And you can see it contains the charred remains of a fist-sized crystal. The crystal is cracked. It looks like it may have sort of imploded during the crash.
Okay. Is it something that it's encased in it, so I actually can't get into it at all?
There must be a way into this sphere, but you're not sure with your 14 how to make that happen.
I believe this is the sphere that they're talking about that was damaged that they need replaced. I don't know what else to do. It's an engine maybe? I don't know.
Break it more so they can't go anywhere?
The transmission stated that the crystal was damaged and needed to be replaced. So they're going to replace this crystal with another one. But who? I don't know.
Well, we did skip a deck.
Oh no.
I still suggest breaking it.
Kind of on board.
Powerhouses, I think you're up.
Just shing, like, and he looks over at Chamomile like, should I destroy this thing?
Chamomile is just shaking his head fervently. He's now just pointing up at the ceiling.
He looks up. What's at the ceiling?
Chamomile points back to the stairs, does the sound, and points up.
Oh. And he turns and starts to go up the steps.
Okay. You are back up in the room that is essentially the helm of the ship, with the chair that has the orbs, the blue orbs set into its armrests, and has the jellyfish-like constellations floating up near the ceiling. You can see that panels have been removed from the walls and from a section of the floor where work is being done to repair some weird damage.
Is there anything? There's not like another door up here or anything? It's just the top?
There are doors up here. Specifically, there's a door toward the fore of the ship, a sphincter, and then there's a door toward the aft of the ship.
He doesn't really know what the stuff in the room is, but he just probably go up and like slice it. Slice the sphincter.
The one facing forward or the one facing aft?
Forward.
Okay. When you force that door open, you're standing now out on the cold, wind-blown, snow-covered high deck, the uppermost deck, 45 feet above the valley floor. There's nothing on this deck except snow and cold. You're sort of actually, you've been in sort of the heat of the ship long enough that when you open up the door and you face that cold, it's almost unbearable.
Yeah, tries to like close it back immediately. Doesn't know how, but it's just like swinging.
Yeah.
Chamomile was looking around the chair for any kind of tools looking stuff.
There are some loose tools by the hole in the floor where the Mind Flayer was doing some work. You're not sure exactly what the Mind Flayer was getting at, but there are some exposed tubes containing black liquid, and some black liquid is sort of gushed out onto the floor where one of the tubes got cut. Apart from that, the chair itself, you can see occasionally there's like a little burst of light coming from one or both of the orbs, but it's inconsistent and erratic. You can also see that the orbs themselves have small, stubby, hand-shaped indentations in their round surfaces. Like whoever's sitting in the chair maybe puts their hands in the indentations on the orbs. But they're obviously not for your hand, but for little Mind Flayer hand.
Looking at his little talons and looking at the orbs, Chamomile goes and walks back downstairs to see what everybody else is doing.
Okay. They're all dead.
Oh, okay, cool.
End of adventure.
That was it. We failed.
I'm satisfied.
How they died?
Yeah, this happens.
Future plague.
Oh,
Silly giant hyena.
Yeah. What are the rest of you doing down there?
I'm kind of with Sparkle about destroying. Like I wouldn't even know how to describe it. Whatever this is, what powers the ship, the heart of the ship.
The crystal housing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know what it does, but we can't take on a whole ship.
Go. If it makes the ship go, we should make the ship not go and hit it.
And probably find a quick exit, because I'm sure the rest of the ship will go with it.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing we've got to do while we're in here is we need to shut down whatever that signal was that was messing with people's brains.
Well, I'm pretty sure if
we've accomplished that yet.
Well, if we blow up the ship, that's probably a 2-for-1.
That's a good plan.
So
Well,
are we
that's-
breaking
Sorry.
things? Breaking things then?
Is everybody else here?
I think Robert's still upstairs.
Okay.
And just really quickly, he's going to go to that other door because he's just like
Okay.
trying to make sure there's nothing else up here.
Yeah. One thing you notice that I called attention to before, but haven't since, which you'll kind of see as you make your way to the back door, is sticking out of one wall panel is a pulsing tendril of flesh with crystals embedded in it. It almost looks like a tongue just kind of lying out on the floor with all these glowing red crystals. But it's pulsing in a weird kind of rhythmic, almost heartbeat-like way.
He actually stops before he gets to the door and sees that, and struts over to it. No, he just kind of stalks over to it, and he's going to like sniff it and look at it and try to understand it better.
Okay. It would have normally been contained within a section of wall behind a panel, and there are some. It's so alien and weird, though, this tendril just lying on the floor. It was obviously kind of just left here to be worked on or whatever. But because it's fleshy, it can be hacked off or ripped out of the wall if you were of a mind to. It's not, but you have no idea what purpose it serves. It's completely alien.
I feel like he would try to like rip it off or slice it off with his claws or something.
Yeah, you can make a strength check to try to rip it off the wall.
Ooh, that's a 17.
Okay, you succeed. And as soon as you tear it out of the wall, it stops pulsating and just sort of goes dark and becomes this kind of dead appendage that you're holding. And there's kind of a burst of sparks from the wall, and then it subsides.
And then walks back downstairs with the appendage and just holds it out.
Chamomile looking at Robert. Idea?
Shadows is going to look at it and be like, you found some sort of disgusting tentacle candy?
Attached to the wall. Ripped off.
That's what he says.
Maybe save that. That could be important later.
Belcher, what do you think we should do?
I'm still with the same idea that we should destroy this when we first came. Whether they're 3 feet or 6 feet tall.
So we know the power crystal's already roached. We saw that in there all broke. So we need to find another way to cause like mass damage.
Lael will draw the lieutenant, her pistol.
Will that thing blow up this whole ship?
If I shoot the right thing, I assume.
If we hit the thing that the other thing went in, they can't put a new thing in it.
That makes sense. I do track.
The constellation orb. That seems important too. If we destroy that, they can't fly, can they?
Some sort of map, maybe?
Maybe.
Should I go back up and destroy?
Everyone up and have at it.
I know, right?
Destroy this thing.
I mean, we won't
Like
know what
Belcher.
does what.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
Do we go up then?
Well, I figured so out of this gruffiness, we said destroy the constellation stuff and the stuff that's inside the room and the crystal area. Yes?
Does the housing look like something we could smash?
Yeah, you could smash through the housing.
So Shadows will take out his battle axe and say, all right, well, let's hit it then.
Destroy!
we
Okay,
do best.
so he's destroying the housing around the crystal. What are the rest of y'all doing? Just watching.
Heading upstairs.
Okay.
Yep.
You figure at the rate he's going, it'd probably take him about 15 minutes to smash a nice big gash and cause this sphere containment to completely sort of, fall to pieces.
I'll
Right.
assist him.
Okay, that'll
My
shorten the
Warhammer.
time.
Yeah.
That will shorten the time.
I'm gonna head over to the sportal we haven't opened yet.
Ah, okay. This is the one behind the chair.
Correct.
Yes.
I'm gonna have my new gun out. I'm gonna walk like Layla does when she has her gun out.
All right. Whistling to yourself as you walk.
Remy will join him.
Okay. You tickle open the sphincter, which I never get tired of saying.
Perfect.
Beyond, you can see a domed chamber full of clutter, a lot of it piled atop a table with 1 foot high legs. So short little table. Behind the table is a 5 foot diameter crystal sphere, similar in size to the one that's currently being taken apart below you. But this one is mounted atop a low stand and appears, based on seams that you can see, appears to have a door in the front of it. Anyway, there are 5 strange glowing gizmos attached to the chitinous walls, 7 feet above the floor. These devices look like the tips of metal wands held in pincer claws. 5 of these strange devices arrayed along the walls. And a table covered with crap.
Seeing this, Camille is going to book it downstairs.
Okay.
He's going to head over to Shadows and making the same blaring warning sound of just is just pulling and tugging at him to stop.
Yeah, that would stop. The alarm sound would be enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Camille's going to like walk like 5 feet away and go, idea. 5 feet away, idea.
All right, we'll follow. Lead on.
Yes.
Camille is going to lead them upstairs to that room.
Okay. You can all sort of look through the door into this chamber with this pale crystal sphere and with the door in it, the table with all the paraphernalia arrayed atop it, and the 5 gizmos attached to the walls.
Since I was in the room too, and he went downstairs, there's paraphernalia on the, you said on the table?
Yes, and you were just sort of looking into the room through the doorway. You haven't gone in to inspect
Okay.
it yet. Did you want to inspect it while he was going downstairs to get Shadows?
Yeah, I was going to look as much as I can.
Okay. As you make your way over to the table, the gizmos on the wall suddenly make sort of a sound and point their wands at you and begin to fire off rays of radiant energy at you. I need you to make 5 dexterity saving throws.
Because I'm the smart one.
I will let you decide yes or no. I was upstairs with him.
You're probably standing in the door then, watching him
Yeah.
get lasered. Yeah. But go ahead and make some dexterity saving throws.
All right, here we go. 5 of them.
Yep.
Oh, not somewhat terrible. We've got a 12.
No.
We got a 12.
No.
We got a 14.
No.
We've got a 5.
No.
And a natural 1 for a 3.
Okay. You get hit by all the rays at different times. They kind of like ping pong you all around the room. So you take a total of 22 radiant damage from these beams as they lance through you.
Okay, I'm going to cast. Oh, hellish. Oh, it's a. It's not a creature, so never mind.
No.
Nope. Okay. So I take it and then I just scamper back out of that room.
He staggers out of the room with all these laser wounds.
I'm just like, why?
But
Sorry.
Robert would have rushed in if he got attacked. Do they attack him?
So is he rushing in while Remy Albert is rushing out? Like he can see Remy's.
I mean,
coming
if once he got hit by something, naturally he, as the liking that he is right now, he would have rushed in to try to like prevent and like attack or try to either get Remy out or to just get in and try to.
You can easily go in and like pull him out of the room, or you can go in and stay in the room.
Third option, can I go in and rip one of these things off the wall, or to try to attack one?
Yes, you can absolutely go over and try to attack one, or rip it off the wall. Your choice. Which would you like to do?
He's a slicey boy, not really a pulley boy.
Okay, so go ahead and make a strength check.
Okay. That's a 17 on the die.
Yeah, you rip one clean off the wall, and as soon as you do, it practically falls apart in your hands and is completely rendered inoperable. But then you are targeted by the remaining 4, so I need you to make 4 dexterity saving throws.
Okay. That's a 20.
Success.
That is a 21.
Success.
That's a natural 20.
Success.
That's a 9.
Okay, you are hit by 1 beam for 4 points of damage
Okay.
after ripping out the one out of the wall. The rest of you can hear lasers, just lasers firing like crazy upstairs. What are you going to do after ripping the one out of the wall?
So as I'm in there, and I'm pretty intelligent, do I get a sense that they're just going to continuously fire until think something is not moving?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, he would. And second thing, would I get an idea that even waiting for a second, they would immediately do it again, or is there a cooldown?
There doesn't seem to be any cooldown, but obviously so you have time, you think, to get out of the room now. If you were to stay in the room and do something, they would target you again.
That's what I was trying to figure out. Okay. Yeah, okay. He would get out for now. For now.
Yeah, so you get out of the room, singed by one of the beams, carrying the remains of the one gizmo you ripped off the wall. And now they've stopped firing with no one in the room. The 4 remaining ones.
Ow! Defenses. Yeah, defenses. I remember something now. They're active. Ow.
I look at actually kind of everyone. Remy too, but the other 5 for sure.
Magic, destroy, distance.
On seeing Remy so hurt, in a panic, Camille's going to rush over and deliver Cure Wounds. That's going to be an 8.
Thank you.
I don't have anything that will damage them from a distance because I don't think I can viciously mock the laser gun.
If you guys want me to, I can destroy that room, but there's not going to be much left.
Was there anything in there? Just really quickly, sorry. You said other than the 5, now 4 lasers. Was there anything, like you said, a table? Was there something on the table?
Yeah, there was a bunch of clutter on the table, a bunch of weird junk objects, things you didn't really have time to study.
Okay, yeah.
And of course, the big sort of crystal sphere at the back of the room, which looks like it serves a different purpose than the one you were murdering downstairs.
How far back is that sphere?
It's about 10 feet into the room.
Okay.
Maybe that spear is the one that's giving out the pulsating voices that the humans had heard.
Exactly. I feel like if we can take that out, whatever, it's like the wheel of a ship. Like we need to take that out and then it won't bother anyone anymore.
We do have the mind flayer weapons.
At that, Camille takes out the gun and just goes, "Idea."
Leia will nod and says, let me check with the lieutenant, and she'll go up and take a shot at that sphere.
With her gun?
Yeah.
All right. A thunderous blast erupts as you send a bullet into the sphere. You don't need to roll to hit it. It's a 5-foot diameter sphere. You should be able to hit it. And the bullet punctures through the crystal, cracks it, creates this spider-like crack in this hole, this small hole in it, but has no other discernible effect. But you
I'm going to try
clearly,
and
you clearly
fire.
breached it.
Oh,
Say again?
You clearly breached it. Your bullet went into it.
Can I take one more shot?
Yeah, absolutely. And you, again, you blow another hole in it and create another sort of spider fracture of the crystal.
I have 2 more shots.
All right, bang,
that?
bang. Two
Yeah.
more goes in.
Okay.
Yeah, you're putting holes in this sphere now, and it's just now full of bullet holes.
Yeah, I'll reload and walk down and tell Chamomile, your turn.
I take out the gun and trying to copy Lael, just keep firing at the crystal with the gun.
You these radiant beams slice into the crystal sphere, creating holes. And like, do you want to just unload on this thing and
Yeah.
like pop a dozen shots into it? All right. Eventually, you do enough damage that the crystal sphere sort of cracks and falls apart. Inside, you can see that obviously the door is blown off for the most part now. It was hollow inside. It looks like the door was designed so that part of it swings upward and part of it swings downward to form a ramp, but that no longer is possible. Inside, appears to be some sort of, your best is almost like a sleeping chamber.
Does it look like the lasers are still on?
Nobody's entered the room, but it looks like they're still active, yeah.
How far from the door is that sleeping chamber?
About 10 feet.
Does the sleeping chamber look like it's got any protection from the lasers, like if you were in it?
Less than it did before. But it looks like you could be in the sleeping chamber and largely out of view of the lasers despite the damage that's been done.
Shoot, this is probably a bad idea. Shadows is going to Misty step into the sleeping chamber
Yes.
to the most protected part that he can and check it out.
All right. Yes, you are now inside this pod. And you can see that there's all kinds of mechanical stuff in here to suggest that this sphere was obviously built for a very specific purpose. Its purpose is a little not intuitive. You can make an Arcana check if you dare.
I will try.
If you dare.
And I'll basically anything I see, I'm gonna kind of call out to Rebby and describe
Okay.
as best I can. Arcana. 16.
Your best guess is this is some sort of like stasis pod for long sleeps. But beyond that, it's non-functional. And it looks like it was probably non-functional even before you perforated it with 24 shots.
Okay. And yeah, I'll just relay that to the group.
Now you're not close enough, being in the pod, you're close enough to see what's on the table. And amid the junk, assorted things that the mind flayers were inspecting. And there's a lot of stuff here on the table, from things that look like they might be tools to stuff that are actually parts of the ship to projects that the gnomes were probably working on even before the ship crashed. In any event, most of it probably fell off the table when the ship crashed and has just been heaped back onto the table in kind of in a way that makes no sense. It's all jumbled together, but two things stand out. One, you can see what appears to be a metal monocle with a lens attached to it. The second appears to be a coif, almost like a helm, a non-metallic helm or skull cap that doesn't look like anything you've ever seen before.
Would they be light enough that I could use my mage hand to retrieve those two items and get them to me?
Yes, both of them are light enough that you could retrieve them both.
Okay, so I would do that and then Misty step back out to the group. So I don't get zapped.
All right, you got the treasure. Congrats.
And I would show this to the group.
Yeah, the metal monocle is actually sticky. It's got a film on it, but it's got this kaleidoscopic lens attached. And it looks like it looks like a magical device. The second one, which is slimy rather than sticky, is the piece of headgear, and it's actually what appears to be a living slug that has been bioengineered into a helm-like shape.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Does the slug have tentacles?
It has like two little stalks.
Oh, two tentacles. This is right up Shadows' alley. So,
okay, so you're gonna put it on.
So if nobody has any objection, yes, Shadows will absolutely put the two tentacled hat on. And then
when you put it over your head, it not only sticks to your head, but it sort of grips your head, not tightly, not uncomfortably, just snugly.
Yeah, that's
and so you feel like you're wearing a super snug helm that's actually a living creature.
No, ma'am. No.
And then I'll offer out the.
And you
the
suddenly
bottle.
also realize that you have telepathy.
Oh, sweet slug hat. And then I'll just hold out the monocle and to anybody that would like that.
It looks like it's sticky by design so that you can just sort of put it up to your eye and it will just stick to your eye.
Grobber, in his disgust, will probably just take the monocle. He's curious. He looks at Chamomile.
Yeah. When you put the monocle up to your eye, you realize that it allows you to see things in excruciatingly close detail. Like it's got this microscopic quality, and it enhances your perception when studying things closely. You also think it would also serve as a telescopic device, so you could use it as a spyglass.
Ooh, yes, non-feral Robert would like that a lot.
Yes. It basically functions like eyes of minute seeing.
Ooh.
The paperwork that was on there, did Shadow show Remy and try to discern what it might be?
The paperwork?
Or the project information that was on the table?
Oh, the half-assembled paraphernalia. Shadows just grabbed the two things that I called out and didn't really.
Got it. Okay, no problem.
Didn't tamper with the other equipment.
Robert looks back at like the constellations and stuff and says, "Do we still destroy?"
Destroy.
The one thing I remember, there's something about passengers are still alive. I haven't seen any. Anybody?
Did we not just fight too?
Weren't those the passengers?
Oh, good point. Good point.
And the ones that were downstairs that are like currently not alive. Weirdly.
So this definitely wasn't the thing that was sending out the signal. So we should move on.
No, it probably was. It was probably mind flayers reaching out to anything psionic around to help it.
But it sounded,
Maybe.
I mean, if it's a repeating message, I don't know if mechanical is the right word, but it's got to be a part of the ship.
Something automated, yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything that we haven't, I feel like there's something in one of the other rooms that we haven't blown up that we could try to break.
But we smashed up the crystal housing pretty good.
Yeah. Wasn't there another room?
Itself.
So there was the fore sphincter and the ass sphincter. So did we go through both?
Mm-hmm. And there's a constellation with the jellyfish things that are in this room. There is still the destroyed crystal, but it's still in its housing.
Have we disrupted the jellyfish, or are they all still intact?
I think they're
all still intact, and they're up above. They're about 20 feet above the floor and just hanging there.
Is the crystal in the very back room of the second floor still intact? I know you broke the housing. Huh?
No. Well, the crystal was destroyed in the crash. That's pretty clear. It's only the housing that remains intact, and you've pretty much ruined that.
So they couldn't reinstall at this point.
Not without completely repairing the housing.
And when I looked in there, was there anything in the room with the fleshy, gross golem thing other than the things trying to go after it?
No, it just looked like a cargo storage room. It was also doubled for holding, obviously, monsters and chains, but those monsters were released, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Which is possibly what the worms we fought were.
It seems like at least 2 of the chains held the worms that you fought. The 3rd chain is the mystery monster, but you probably know or have an inkling of what that is.
Yeah,
since you
the
saw its trail.
bigger, the bigger monster. Yeah. Then Robert's just going to. Cause you said there was a chair in the middle on the floor.
There's a chair tilted back, so it's looking up at the constellation jellyfish, and it's got 2 orbs, one in each armrest, and they're sort of a flaring, luminescent blue color, these orbs, and they have handprints, like indentations in their tops. The handprints are sized and shaped like the hands of the mind flayers that you killed.
Well, I'm sorry. Repeat that last part. There's
The
handprints,
handprints are shaped like the hands of the 2 mind flayers you killed.
and they're on the chair.
The orbs are built into the armrests of the chair, and it's
Gotcha.
the orbs that have the handprints in them.
So they're small.
They're small handprints, yes, like just almost like child handprints.
I think I could disrupt the jellyfish without blowing up the whole room.
It's a good start.
Yeah, Robert was just going to attempt to jump onto the chair and then just jump up and.
Shadows will blast off a ray of frost up into the jellyfish and see what happens.
All right. Yeah. A single ray of frost on a jellyfish basically causes it to sort of freeze over and then die, fall, and shatter on the floor.
Oh.
These things are very delicate.
So yeah, just tell the group it looks like any amount of damage could wipe that whole thing out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use my gun.
Everybody's taking pot shots at these bioluminescent jellyfish. Just
some weird carnival.
All right. If that's your goal, then you can easily destroy them all. There's about 20 of them up there.
Maybe before we do, I think is Belcher the only one that has small enough hands? Not to volunteer you.
None of you have hands. None of you have
a-
hands of the right size and shape.
Okay.
I'm a dwarf.
I don't know what you're
No,
saying.
somebody's a gnome, right?
Yeah. Remy Owlbear's a gnome.
Yeah, but even these are not exactly gnome hands. They're
Okay.
mind flayer hands.
Ugh.
Ew. Yeah, he yeah, okay. He just
So yeah, let's take out those jellyfish and then see if we can find something else to break.
The jellyfish are destroyed at this point. Good job.
I'm
Break
gonna.
everything.
Yeah, the funny thing, I think mind flayers actually have 1 fewer digits on their hands, but that's fine.
no ma'am.
I'm gonna head towards that very back room that still had like terminals and stuff in it, I believe.
That was the room with basically the engineering room downstairs with the
Yeah. Do I still see like terminals and stuff? I'm just gonna fire at those.
All right, you start firing lasers at all kinds of terminals, causing them to short out, explode, burn out, turn black, causing this black effluvium to gush out from damaged tubes behind them. When that happens, strange noises in the ship sound off, and occasionally you hear bam, 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 but then it stops.
Do they hear that?
They being the dead mind flayers, or the ones you locked up downstairs?
The party.
Oh, they. Everybody hears it. It echoes throughout the entire ship. It sounds like some sort of, damage warning or don't do that warning.
But nothing immediately responds to the alarm.
No.
Should we see how loud we can make the alarm go off?
It's pretty loud.
Is
If
it
we hit
loud? Is it?
It's loud. It's loud enough that you could probably hear it like anywhere in the valley.
I'm gonna put away the gun, and as I'm walking back upstairs, I'm just gonna keep using produce fire to throw fire everywhere.
Okay. Not everything burns here, but when you do throw fires around, you are successful in starting fires here, there, and everywhere.
And there's no mechanism other than the floating jellyfish that was in the upstairs room.
There are panels on some of the walls, but basically the only real mechanism upstairs is the chair.
And then I took out the tongue nasty thing.
You did rip that out of the wall. That seemed to be interesting and weird and significant. Yeah.
He doesn't know why though, but it's out.
I think what we're asking is there anything left we have not destroyed?
The chair.
Doom.
And actually, it turns out the chair is pretty impervious. You try to damage it with your weapons. Nothing seems to hurt it.
Shadows will pull Belcher aside and say, listen, if nothing's responding to these alarms, maybe all that's left in the ship is the ones downstairs.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, Well,
can I use
go
my
down there.
telepathic slug to see if I can pick up any thoughts of anything?
Yeah, you pick up the thoughts of your companions, of course. Now, telepathy is basically a one-to-one communication mechanism that you can use between you and another intelligent creature. So there's kind of a baseline level of intelligence. I think it has to have an intelligence of 3 or higher for you to even talk to it. Helm of telepathy, where are you? There you are. So you can use an action to cast the detect thoughts spell, so that's useful. As long as you maintain concentration on the spell, you can use a bonus action to send a telepathic message to a creature you are focused on. It can reply using a bonus action to do so while your focus on it continues. While focusing on a creature with detect thoughts, you can use an action to cast the suggestion spell from the helm on that creature. But that property can't be used again until the next dawn. So it's not a broadband. I can communicate with everybody at once. It's a laser focused kind of thing.
And I don't think I saw the horrifying thing in the basement.
You did not. Thank goodness.
Does the chair? It doesn't seem like to have, even though it's like impervious. There's no like button or switch or anything on that seems like it does anything to like manipulate it.
Nope, just the 2 orbs built into the armrests, which are weird alien things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then Grobert in his feral form gets an idea and he walks downstairs to one of the dead, actually the dead one that was on the chair, and he slices his hands off.
Okay.
And he comes back upstairs and like pinches them on and sees what happens.
Okay. When you put the severed hands on the orbs, which is really gross, you can see that
that's gross, but sphincter.
Yeah.
Sportles.
So you put the hands on, you can see that the left hand causes the left orb to light up, but the right hand doesn't do shit. So one of the orbs is lighting up with one of the hands.
And how many orbs? Oh, there's 2 orbs on the thing.
There are 2 orbs on the chair, and you've got one hand that's working and the other that isn't.
Is the hand that's working, does it look more gnomish or more mind flayerish?
A little from column A, a little from column B. It's a gnome mind flayer.
It's
a gnome mind flayer hand. But there are 2 mind flayers on board.
Oh, you need the other one. Maybe.
He looks at the nearest person and says, "Other one, get it now."
Yeah, I'll go run down there and grab the.
Well, that corpse was largely disintegrated by the laser, but you still find a hand that you can use, and you bring it up.
By the grace of the DM.
Yes. When you slap it on the other orb, they both light up at once. And then you hear a voice throughout the ship say, "John da ko insta bozo gorcho."
What does that mean?
Libla dalu nasty boto.
He looks at
comprehend languages. Nice.
He looks at Remy.
Ritual. So 10 minutes of this.
49, 48,
It's a countdown.
47.
Oh snap!
46.
Everyone out. Countdown.
Can we
45,
can we keep the
44.
as we're doing
I'm
like,
leaving.
43.
can we try to keep
42.
away?
41.
Can we
Let's
try to
go.
keep the hands on it?
40. 39.
He runs.
Run out the
Going down.
Fire in the engine room. No one tells me these
37.
things.
Going down the
Everyone-
rope.
46.
Get out.
Out.
Robert,
35.
Robert runs to
34.
chamomile and places him on his shoulder
33,
and he
The
dresses
rope.
him.
And down the rope.
Teleport. I grab one person and
31.
teleport to the ground.
30.
And run.
29.
I'll go with Remy.
28.
I mean,
Yep.
I'll take it.
27.
Sleds. Get on the sleds. and
26.
Yep, go.
Yeah.
Go.
25.
Go.
I get on the sled.
All right.
Go, 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 go.
You're all hopping on sleds and booking away from this thing. It gets farther and farther behind you until you get to the edge of the valley. And then there is a huge burst of light as the ship disintegrates and explodes, lighting up the night like 1,000 suns. And shrapnel and pieces of debris fly everywhere, high into the sky all around you. The ship is destroyed, and you have won the day.
Hey,
Yes.
Out of everything in this game, that was
Did the dogs live? Did the dogs live?
The dogs lived.
Okay.
You were able to make it back without being eaten by yetis or crag cats. And more importantly, you actually disabled the telepathic distress beacon by ripping the tongue out of the wall. That's what the thing.
Hey.
Okay.
So,
Very nice.
but cleaning up the mess and making sure that none of the ones that were still in there got away was actually pretty good too. Yes, and there endeth this horrifying adventure.
Oh my God.
Right. Yeah, it's D&D. We break everything.
Oh,
Yep.
goodness.
Yeah. If
That
nothing
was
explodes, you're not doing something right.
Mhm.
Wow.
Ah.
I'm so
Okay.
happy.
Well, hey everybody.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, this is Jake, and everybody should be able to hear me out on the stream as well. This is Jake from Mini Terrain Domain. Thank you everybody for that fantastic game. I've never in my life dreamed, one, that Chris Perkins would be running a game here on the channel, and two, that he would be saying the word sphincter so many times. There might already be talk of a supercut video of all of, not just you, Chris, but because there were a lot of sphincters that were mentioned in this game. There's already talk of a Jasper's Game Day Sportles shirt and
Nice.
a Critical Bard no ma'am emote might be required here. Lots of great precedents set tonight, but the most important thing is last night Todd Stashwick DM'd the capstone game with Matt Lillard and Anna Prosser and a few other wonderful players. And we ended that game that night at 82-82. I like alliterative numbers. Tonight, we ended this stream at $11,122.22.
Nice.
That's 1112222. They were trying to get it to be all one. Somebody overshot it by 10, so I dropped another $1.11 in there to get that alliteration. But thanks to all of you wonderful players and you, Chris, we have now reached $11,122.22 at the end of day 2 of Jasper's Game Week, where we were shooting for a $15,000 goal. I have a feeling we're going to blow that out of the water tomorrow, and we're just going to see how far beyond that we can go. But it is absolutely incredible. I want you all to know, all of you in this game, but also everybody in the chat with us tonight, that you're making a difference. All of this money is going to support suicide crisis centers and the National Suicide Lifeline. And I cannot overstate enough how helpful this is. We had people like Talon and Claw literally giving away stuff when we reached certain goals, as well as all the wonderful sponsors. Tonight's game was sponsored by No Holds Barred. I think we're going to go ahead and we are going to call it a wrap. Here where I'm from on the East Coast, we're pushing towards the 1 a.m. mark, but I absolutely don't mind. This whole week is dedicated to Jasper's Game Week. So thank you to all of you wonderful players. Thank you, Chris, for running an amazing sphincter-filled game tonight on the channel. And everybody in the chat, be sure to tune in tomorrow right here at twitch.tv/Mini-Terrain Domain at 12 p.m. noon Eastern for another 12 hours of games, raffles, and donations for Jasper's Game Week. We'll see you tomorrow.